Greetings, everyone, and welcome. Thank you all very much for coming to join me for a little bit more of this. I actually didn't know about this DLC until like a month ago, when somebody told me that it had been announced about, I think, a month prior. But here we are once again, which I think is going to be the final time, because I believe this is the last expansion that they've announced. And I think they've explicitly said that it's going to be the last one for the Outer Worlds. Yeah, Rolls, usually I try to wait past the splash screens and all of that. But here we are. We are back. We're back in space, back in the Halcyon colony for the Outer Worlds. Second DLC, and I mentioned that there was a bit of a funny story about this, which was this morning, actually, as I was pondering what I was going to stream since we finished the final station the day before yesterday, and then the DLC for the final station yesterday. That left me cleanly out of everything. Oh, okay, there's Perilon Gorgon. Murder on Eridanos is for 30 or high. Okay. To begin, Murder on Eridanos, gain access to Stellar Bay. Then talk to Ada. Okay. If you're on Tartarus, you'll have the option to cancel your trip. Interesting. Cancel your trip to Tartarus, no progress will be lost. Huh. Alright. Okay, well, one thing at a time, because it looks as though I might have to adjust my settings a little bit. Because what I did was, I transferred the game over to the PS5. You can see that we're playing this on PS5 now. I had played it up to this point on PS4, but I want to see if it runs any better on current-gen hardware. And it occurs to me, I would have thought that the settings would carry over, but... whoops. But welcome to everybody just joining us. Field of view, show chromatic aberration. No, I don't believe I like that. Okay, it looks like it did save these, but for some reason... Dead zone, button layout, show helmet, show companion helmets, enable cinematic kill cam. No. No. Text size is maxed. Tutorials, I don't think we need anymore. Tutorial notifications, I guess we'll leave on. Tooltip damage display, yeah, okay. Skill stats, yes, okay. Loading damage text, yes. That we can leave. HUD visibility, aiming reticle, quest updates, waypoint markers, interaction outlines. Is it just my imagination, or did they add more options in this menu? Yeah, Captain Tuna, I transferred all of the data for this game from my PS4 to the PS5 via the cloud data storage. So the save file that we left off on at the end of Perilon Gorgon is the one that I'll be loading today. And all of the settings, I guess, transferred over, but it looks like they've added some new settings, or else I've just forgotten how many settings there were. But I believe they have been updating this game for quality of life. Obsidian has been very good about that. I'm genuinely impressed. Notification duration, companion outlines. Okay, I think that should be fine. Okay, so first things first, I did mention I had kind of a funny story about how I've ended up playing this today. And it's not a long story, it's a fairly short one, but basically, I was checking my email this morning, and I was going through my emails, scratching my head, pondering, what on earth am I going to stream today? I've finished all the games that I had found that I thought I might like, and I've spent, over the course of the past 3 or 4 days, literally probably in the area of about 12 hours, sifting through PSN and Steam, just looking for something that I thought I'd have even remotely any interest in. And as I'm checking my emails this morning, I get an email from my contact at Obsidian. And he sent me essentially a message saying, hey, just wanted to let you know we've got a code for you for the PS4 version of Murder on Eridanos, because I'd gotten an email from him a couple of days ago saying, hey, we gave you a PC code, and I had to basically let him know that, hey, I really appreciate that, man, but I don't own a copy of the game on PC. My copy is on PS4. Is there any way that you could send me a PS4 code? And I always feel terrible telling them that, because they've gone out of their way to send me a code for PC, and here I am now looking a gift horse in the mouth. I'm like, well, actually, I'm sorry, but could I have a PS4 code instead, please? But, Obsidian, throughout the whole process of getting codes for this game, from the base game to the first DLC and now this one, they've been fantastic. I'm astonished that they even gave a small content creator like me the time of day. But the guy that I've been going through there has been really responsive, really accommodating. I would love to give him a shout out by name, except that I don't think I'm supposed to do that. I don't think it's good etiquette to name your contact person at these companies directly. I know a bunch of other content creators who expressly go out of their way to not do that, so as much as I'd like to give him a shout out by name, the best I can do is just to say thank you to Obsidian and Obsidian's private division for the 3rd time for this. So in that regard, this is a sponsored stream. They did send me a code for it. And I'm interested to see what's in store for us with this 3rd DLC. They mentioned specifically in their marketing for it that they added a bunch of new science weapons, and I really hope that they have retuned the science weapons at least a little bit, or at minimum, balanced the new science weapons so that they're actually useful. Because one of the serious problems the science weapons have in this game, or have had before now, is that their damage output pales in comparison to pretty nearly every other weapon type, and they end up just being these gimmicky afterthoughts where they all have something silly that they do, but nearly all of them are pretty poor. Of course, the one exception is the prismatic hammer, which for a while was the most brokenly overpowered weapon in the game until they nerfed it. But the other science weapons, last I played this game, were in desperate need of improvement. So I'm interested to see whether they've received that improvement in this expansion. Well, not just level scaling Vect Machine, but stat scaling as well. So depending upon what build you go with, there are always going to be certain weapons that are less useful just because you haven't spec'd into the stats that they require. But with science weapons, even if you're running a pure science build, even if you've maxed out all your science-related stats, most science weapons are still inferior to weapons that you don't even have the skill for. So I'm interested to see whether they've made any changes to that yet. I hope they have, because I really like some of the the mechanics and the gimmicks of the science weapons, they just end up dealing so little damage as to not be able to justify their use. So, I guess we'll find that out as we proceed. Well, Vec Machine, one of the things that I appreciate about this game, and again, this harkens back to the fact that this is the studio that developed the original Fallout games that we're dealing with here, is, yeah, you don't have to kill everybody, and you often don't have to kill anybody. When I attended the presentation on this game at PAX East a few years back while this was still in development, before it had been publicly released, they had a number of people from the dev team there, including Tim Kaine and Leonard Boyarsky. And Tim Kaine, during the presentation, explained at one point that the way that they test this game is they test for every possible approach to every situation. And he talked about how they literally have a guy in their testing team who, the first thing he does when he gets to a new area is he just goes through that area and kills everyone. Like, absolutely everybody who can be killed. And so in that way, they test to see if the game is still completable if you play like that, you know, if you kill everybody. And they also test to see if it's feasible for them to do things like let you talk your way through all of the major encounters, the boss encounters, which up to now, it seems like you've been able to do. I've heard of it, Dark Rolls, but never tried it. Yeah, they do, Barrel. In fact, they have a murder hobo that they basically pay to be a murder hobo. Like, that's his purpose on the QA team. So, it's pretty clear that they had a fairly diverse approach to allowing the player to solve different situations, much as they did back with the Fallout games. And I'm interested to see where that goes, but let's see what they've got for more information on Murder on Eridanos. What is this? Oh, okay. Rolls, is it any worse than the final station? Much? Wow, okay. Well, I don't know that I'm down for an experience that uncomfortable. I will be straight up with you about that. But I will say that you're not the first person to mention Doki Doki Literature Club to me. It sounds like your friend might have deliberately set you up, Rolls. I used to work in a juvenile mental health field, so... Ah, nice, Rolls. Awesome. Well, Vec Machine, that's probably true for people who've actually kept on top of the news about it, which I haven't, but... If you're going in totally blind, which I would be, in which it sounds like Rolls... Yeah, okay, he definitely was. Just confirmed it there in chat. Then, yeah. You'd be totally unprepared. Well, Rolls, I suppose the name is a bit of a warning. Doki Doki is the onomatopoeia that they use in Japanese for the sound of a heartbeat. So the fact that the game's name literally translates to something along the lines of Thump Thump Heartbeat Literature Club is maybe a little bit of a warning. I did, Vec Machine, yes. I streamed it a while ago. No, Dragon Abs, somebody brought it up in chat. Yeah, Barrel, those are very different games. Although, perhaps coincidentally, The Outer Wilds, I think, is also set in space, isn't it? No, Dark Rolls, time is Toki. T-O-K-I, whereas Doki, at least if it's written twice in a row, because again, it's onomatopoeia in Japanese are almost invariably they're the same one or two syllables repeated at least twice. So Doki Doki is the sound of a heartbeat. What's another one? Gichi Gichi is kind of equivalent to a mechanical clank, like a machine. And then they have other similar sounds that they use for, they have phonetic words that they use not just for sounds, but for textures. Like, fluffy, as in fluffy like cotton candy, is fua fua. And yeah, Kira Kira for shiny is another good one, Supermoon Doggy. Exactly, yes. So they use those things for sounds, textures, visual appearances. That's another one, Dodgy Dingo, yes. Well, Jalapeno, Toki wo tomare literally means time stop. Tomare means to stop. And Toki, again, being time. One of the places that you commonly see the word tomare in Japanese, actually, Jalapeno, is on the roads. You'll see something like this. Like if you pull up to a traffic light in Japan, it's very common to see something along these lines painted on the pavement, on the road, in your lane, right in front of the traffic light. This says tomare. It just means stop. And it's read from top to bottom, so the furthest symbol, then the middle symbol, then the nearest symbol. Not usually, Barrel. Usually stop signs in Japan are triangular. You do occasionally see circular ones, and they are usually red. But they're almost never octagonal. Like the typical... Let me see if I can find you a good image of one. Here we go. The typical stop sign in Japan looks like this. There we go. Oh, no kidding, Rolls. Well, that certainly is a coincidence. Hello, Heron, welcome. So, Barrel, that's the standard Japanese stop sign. Well, DevTech, you do the best you can with what you've got, you know? Well, Black Knight Sprite, stop is considered a warning. Hello, Shreyer, welcome. Hello, the Doctor, welcome as well. Nah, Barrel, every country has a different way of doing it. Some countries might have similar ways, but it really is up to the individual country. Alright, and having said all of that, let's see where we left off. It doesn't actually say the playtime on these. Oh, but it does have a date. Man, it was October 9th last we touched this? Jeez. Okay, 12/19, 12/48, 1/11. It looks like this is the most recent one. Vec Machine, I think Brave New World is... Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Okay, hang on. I don't think this is the one that we wanted to load, actually. I think it was this one. Yeah, Vec Machine, we had just finished the, Perilon Gorgon DLC. Alright. Hang on. I want to make sure that we don't start off with a file where we've detonated the asteroid. Hang on. Okay. So this is the one that we wanted to load. Valyard, I thought it was interesting. I think the people who didn't like it maybe are the same people who didn't enjoy the base game and were expecting something different. But I did enjoy the base game for what it was. I mean, it's no Fallout New Vegas in terms of freedom or scope, but... Alright, let me just make sure. Let's talk to the relevant parties here.
The work can wait a day. Tonight, we celebrate.
You're welcome to stay as long as you wish. It's nice to have visitors for a change.
Okay, yeah, then this is the file we want to use. We're good to go. So, now... okay, I guess we can't deactivate that, but I guess we're gonna need to... Yes, Beryl, I did. I did finish Monster Sanctuary. Hello, Darkside. Welcome.
Clean canned responses. How clumsy of this unit. These things happen.
I love how we can't even help this poor robot. He's just doomed to lie there forever, I guess. Alright, so we have to go back to the unrelated. It's probably going to take me a while to relearn the controls, because it's been quite some time since I played this. Yeah, Beryl, yes. I would not have guessed that I ended up getting the final boss in my party like 2 dungeons before encountering the final boss. Alright.
Impeccable timing, Captain. I was about to watch the latest episode in Halcyon Helen's thrilling serial adventure. Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance?
You mentioned an Aetherwave drama. I guess I'll watch that with you.
Certainly, Captain. I was hoping you would ask.
Starring Ruth Bellamy as Halcyon Helen. Oh, I remember. We've seen advertisements for her everywhere.
It was the law-forsaken parasites. I had become obsessed. My quest to stop them. To avenge my partner, Philip. And my ex-partner, Bernice. And Lieutenant Jurgen. And those 2 informants had brought me to Rizzo's distillery. But it wasn't just the triple distilled deliciousness of Rizzo's Spectrum brand vodka that I found there. It was death. I made sure the Brain Eaters paid the price. But at what cost to me? It's you.
This is the Halcyon News Network with breaking news. Halcyon Helen has been murdered. Administrator Ludovico of Rizzo's refused to answer the big question on everyone's mind. Who will Spectrum Vodka's next spokesperson be? Claiming that a special investigation must be concluded first.
Captain, we have a communication coming in from one Administrator Ludovico.
Get off the transmission, Cedric. We agreed to let me do the negotiating. Law be with you, friend. I am Administrator Ludovico of the famed Eridanos Atmospheric Complex. But there's no need to stand on formality. You may address me as Mr.
Okay. Let me guess. This is the... But wait a minute, this escalated really quickly. I thought we were just gonna sit down and watch some TV, but now their spokesperson has been murdered. Alright,
Her death is the tragedy of our lifetime. As the face of our new product line, her murder is a stain on the Rizzo's brand. She was scheduled to unveil our newest product, Spectrum Brown, before this tragic event. But we cannot move forward with our unveiling until we apprehend the killer.
and your first thought was to come to me?
All right, Ludovico, that's enough. You don't know what you're doing. Let me handle this. Captain Hawthorne, Sublight's favorite freelancer. I'm such an admirer of your work. Cedric Kincannon, Sublight Underground. I'm so glad we're hiring a third-party investigator. No one wants to see a troop of UDL guards stomping all over my hotel. Least of all me. The murder of Halcyon Helen is a heinous assault on this colony. I look forward to watching you find the miscreant responsible and drag them out of the shadows.
Sublight Underground? Who? Yeah, I mean, legitimately, a lot of people seem to be really big fans of her movies, and goodness only knows there's little enough joy to go around in this hellhole of a backwater colony.
You're a compassionate person, Captain. And you're right. Halcyon Helen was a talented woman. She had a gift for transforming her art into wealth.
That's not quite what I meant.
You would not believe the money she made us on Dissident Busters.
For law's sake, Cedric, could you show a little discretion and not bring up your contraband operations in front of an outsider?
Ludovico, you wound me. I'm establishing rapport with our new contractor. Let's not give him the impression that you can't be trusted.
Do you really want to do this right now, Cedric? You want to antagonize me while I'm negotiating a contract. Because I promise you, I'll win.
These idiots. Gentlemen, please, as far as I'm concerned, you're both idiots.
First sensible thing I've heard all day. My apologies, Mr. Ludovico. That was unprofessional of me.
Oh, God.
Captain, I'm Constable Maria Keene. Hiring a third-party investigator was my idea. I've been studying your dossier. You are an extraordinary scientist. If your talents extend to forensics, then you may be exactly what we need. As far as I'm concerned, you're the ideal inspector for this case.
Why not hire Phineas? Okay, no, you know what? I do like Inspector Franz. You know what I like better than Inspector Franz, though? Chief Inspector Franz. But, reasonably speaking, shouldn't this be the constable's job? Constable?
I hate to admit it, but I'm a little out of my depth here. I'm used to dealing with rowdy VIPs from Byzantium, not murder. Please, Captain, I'm asking you to help us. While you're pursuing your investigation, we'll make you a guest of honor at the Grand Colonial.
Well, not now he's not, Vect Machine. Well, actually, I guess now that you mention it, I guess at the moment he technically still is because we haven't done the events on Tartarus yet. Okay, sure.
The future of our complex may depend on your success. I'll leave you in the constable's care. Mr. Kincannon and I must have a word.
Fine. Bud Rizzo's is paying for that hotel room.
I can't tell you how grateful I am for your help. And even though they may not show their gratitude, I know Administrator Ludovico and Mr. Kincannon appreciate your involvement. Mr. Kincannon could lose his spaceport if board authorities took over the investigation, and if Rizzo's is forced to cancel its unveiling, we might never recover.
Profit margins in this dump are that thin, huh? Yeah, for gameplay purposes, I guess that's true, Vect. Helen must have been pretty popular if her death could put an end to your operations.
Helen was more than popular. She gave something to this colony that no product line could ever provide. Real happiness. No one has ever been as well known or as well loved. Outside of our courageous business leaders.
You sound a little bit worn out. I wonder why.
Me? Worn out? Perish the notion. My days are filled with catering to the oh-so-reasonable requests of Mr. Ludovico and Mr. Kincannon. What's not to like?
Them?
Your words, not mine. Please don't take my lack of disagreement as anything other than fatigue. I am a content, productive, and happy member of our society.
Damn. Those two seem to have some stuff going on?
The administrator oversees Rizzo's operations. Cedric runs the hotel and the spaceport. They're always at each other's throats. My life would be so much easier if they'd simply learn to work together.
Well, I guess I can handle them.
I'm pleased to hear that. From everything I've heard, you're a competent freelancer. And at the risk of sounding impertinent, we desperately need the help of someone competent. Thank you for your time, Captain. Whenever you're ready, I've authorized the Unreliable to land at the Grand Colonial.
Okay.
Transmission terminated. Captain, we are now cleared to land at the Eridanos atmospheric complex.
I don't know why they're trusting me to catch Halcyon Helen's killer. This sounds like a setup.
There are several reasons why someone would hire your services. In descending order of likelihood, they are as follows.
Number 1, expendability.
Desperation, confusion, mistaken identity, inebriation, and genuine faith in your abilities.
Fair. What can you tell me about Eridanos?
Eridanos is a hydrogen-helium gas giant, distinguished by a well-defined ring system. The Eridanos atmospheric complex is a system of land masses propelled through a thin layer of the upper atmosphere, where humans are potentially capable of surviving.
Okay. Thanks, Ada. Well... Oh, it's over here. Okay. Eridanos, Halcyon's second Jovian gas giant. Its atmosphere is rich with hydrogen, helium, and various noble gases. Distillation plants in the atmosphere harvest these gases for energy.
We're now docked at Eridanos' luxury landing pad.
Let's not forget Amazon, West Fox. Alright, let me just make sure all my equipment is fully repaired. Looks like it is. Oh, I can't increase... Okay. I probably should, Oh, okay. We've maxed that out now, I guess. Flamethrower. Okay, in that case... Yes. One more level on that, actually, and we'll be good to go. We'll have maxed out everything. Yeah, Rolls, that's what I was talking about earlier, and you see the problem with the science weapons is this is giving us 1,758 DPS with very high science skill. This is giving us, like, more than twice that. And then this science weapon, the Gloop Gun, because remember, the prismatic hammer is the strongest science weapon, hands down, and this is all it's capable of. The Gloop Gun does pathetic damage. Absolutely pathetic, and its ability to temporarily incapacitate enemies doesn't nearly make up for how little damage it does. Meanwhile, with the Deadeye Assault Rifle, I could deal nearly as much damage as with the prismatic hammer, but at a distance. And then the light machine gun does about the same as the flamethrower. The heavy machine gun still does way more than the best science weapon. So, I don't know, I really hope that they added some decent science weapons in this game, because they clearly didn't rebalance the existing ones, or in this DLC, rather.
Remember that you are not insured.
Alright, so... say... Yeah, okay, Max and Parvati. Yeah, I guess they're already selected. Spectrum Brown. Ugh. Interesting. Oh, we get 31,350 experience from that. Cool. Speak to the bellhop. Well, first I'm gonna have some tea. Yeah, Valyard, sort of. The science weapons all have different special effects. Some of which are more useful than others, but they were gimmick weapons from the very start, but I think Obsidian may have overestimated the value of those gimmicks and undertuned the actual damage of the weapons. Interesting. So this whole thing is basically a spaceship made of rocks. Or I guess an upper atmospheric traveling vessel or something along those lines, because it's clearly not meant to actually leave atmosphere, but... Yeah, Wes, Lando Calrissian should be walking out to meet me. I guess this is basically Cloud City. In fact, its resemblance to Cloud City is rather uncanny. Alright, I think that's everything.
Oh, Captain, it's beautiful up here. Could we get more jobs like this one?
Oh, Parvati, you sweet, innocent little Cinnabon. Or whatever that expression is. Actually, let me make completely certain that... we have... okay, we've got... 100 Persuade... 130 Hack, 114 Lockpick... 122 Science... yeah, see, my Science skill is maxed out. Plus, I have every possible Science bonus except for Virtuoso. And Virtuoso doesn't really seem worth it. I agree, Vect. Ashley Birch really knocks the role out of the park, though. I like Ashley a lot. She did a great job as Aloy.
Hello there.
Oh, dear.
Hope your atmospheric entry wasn't too troublesome. As a guest of honor, you deserve the best in comfort. Sublight Salvage and Shipping Underground, or Slug, as we like to call ourselves, is delighted to welcome you to Eridanos. I'm the Grand Colonial Head Bellhop. I'm here to grab your bags and direct you, the Inspector, to the Grand Ballroom, which was the scene of the crime.
This guy has an awfully scruffy and dirt-stained face for somebody who's supposed to be a bellhop at such a prestigious hotel. Can you fill me in on the details of the murder?
I can try. I was the one who found Helen's body in the Grand Ballroom. corpse wasn't in the best shape. Aside from that, I don't know a whole lot. Helen was supposed to host the unveiling for Rizzo's newest product, Spectrum Brown. Until you catch the killer, the unveiling's been indefinitely postponed. Helen's death has been a shock for many. A lot of people are inconsolable. Hell, even Black Hole Birdie, Helen's beau, has wandered off. Some folks think he had something to do with the murder, but I don't believe it.
I still don't understand why anyone would have it in for Ms. Helen.
The fans were very upset by the weak plot contrivances in her latest offering, though that hardly seems a worthy motive.
Folks get heated when it comes to serials and their actors, I suppose.
Was she a divisive figure?
Not particularly. But I think some folks were jealous of her success, or otherwise viewed her as a threat. Reckon how she came about her fame didn't help.
Oh? How was that?
Why, she was a natural. People fell in love with her. She managed to wrangle up a following all on her own. She ended up about as famous and high-runged as your average VP, which rubbed a lot of Byzantines the wrong way. Actors ain't supposed to get preferential treatment. Let's see here. Oh, I already spoke briefly about the Spectrum unveiling, or lack thereof. It's still an awful shame. A lot of folks looking forward to that.
I thought you worked for Slug, not Rizzo's.
I do. Rizzo's happened to rent out the Grand Colonial Ballroom from Slug for the unveiling. A nice mutually beneficial event. But the murder's gone and ruined that. Along with 9 out of 10 of my favorite cereals. Anyway, I think I've held you up long enough. Once you're ready, head down to the lobby. The ballroom is just behind the elevators. Meanwhile, I'll grab your bags.
What bags?
You're making fun, right? Your luggage, belongings, kit, wherever you keep what you ain't wearing. You're still giving me a pretty blank look. Suppose it's none of my business, but do you just wear the same set of clothes all the time?
I just wear whatever I strip from my enemy's corpses, honestly. I can't decide between that and of course I do. Are you telling me you don't? Yeah. You don't, dude?
Well, reckon I can respect your candor, even if it scares me a smidge. Anyhow, I'll look for you in the grand ballroom later. Hope you can unravel this mystery, Inspector.
Yeah, Alan Deadman, that's one of the things I've always appreciated about the way that Obsidian writes their dialogue choices, is that,
I could have sworn you just said we aren't allowed to depart.
The complex is on complete lockdown.
Since Halcyon Helen's dead, I guess they're gonna have to find a new Aether Wave star. You hear about any auditions happening?
wow. Well, okay.
Why'd Helen have to go and die in our hotel? We don't need that kind of notoriety.
How many bits I've spent at the Grand Colonial? Listen, I understand the lockdown. Really, I do. You've got your job to do, and you'll get fired if you don't do it.
Thanks for the understanding.
I wasn't finished. Couldn't I just go out on a ship for a brief period? A handful of minutes, maybe? Just a quick trip to Byzantium so I can check on my stocks? I promise it won't take more than an hour.
Sir, for both our sakes, I'm just going to pretend like you didn't say anything.
Man.
I can't believe Helen's gone. We're never going to get a sequel to Terror on Monarch. Bertie Holcomb is likely beside himself in grief. You know, I never imagined Spencer Woolrich would outlive Halcyon Helen. I was nearly attacked by a terror ray on my way here. Mr. Kincannon really knows how to run a hotel. I can't believe Helen's gone.
Okay.
Sublight Underground takes care of its own. We don't toss troublemakers out of airlocks. We just throw them over the edge.
Oh, because that's so much better.
I'm pretty happy working for Slug. Mr. Kincannon treats us with respect. We're the future of Sublight. Just you wait and see. Why'd Helen have to go and die in our hotel? We don't need that kind of notoriety.
All right. Nobody seems to care that we're taking this stuff. Oh, I remember that breakdown, Vec Machine. I think that was on a podcast where he went on a tirade about that, and I don't blame him. I mean, it's about as dark as it gets. Hello, Remnant. Welcome. Oh, these are, shipping crates of Rizzo's beverages.
Can't you see my face? There are genuine tears on it right now. Genuine. I've been here so long, it is affecting my psyche. I just want to leave.
I'm very sorry to hear that, sir. If you go up to your room, you'll be able to request a visit from a counseling mechanical.
Wow, the empathy is real. Or not. Oh, okay. We're not going that way, I guess. That door is sealed.
Since I've given up on that, I'll have to find some new way to keep myself entertained. Have 20 bottles of purple-berry wine sent up to my room. I plan to wreck the place.
I will inform maintenance to get their worldly affairs in order, sir.
Man. Ah. And this is why it pays to explore. Oh, that's also sealed. Bah. Alright, well, I guess this is the entrance, so... Ah.
Greetings, Inspector. No need to check in here. Your paperwork has all been processed. You should be able to find the Colonial right ahead.
That is quite a uniform.
Are you enjoying the amenities? Sublight Underground appreciates your patronage. No, I'm sorry. We don't serve any drinks with those tiny umbrellas.
0 out of 10. I'm withdrawing my reservation.
Oh, you're the inspector. Welcome. Has anyone helped you with your luggage yet? I hope you catch the killers soon, Inspector. I don't want to see the Grand Colonial shut down. Oh, you're the inspector.
Okay.
Welcome. Has anyone helped you with your luggage yet?
The Dissident Queen, Chapter 1. Oh, this is a... Okay. Halcyon, Helen, and Typhon Tim spoke in quiet tones about their next course of action, their voices soft beneath the din of the bar. The duo had just finished the last of the paperwork on Helen's latest job. Filing precise reports always raised her spirits. The trails led us here, and I suspect it will lead us no further. Soon we will find the source of the Dissident's monsters, said Helen, a charismatic grin on her face. Let's hope your hunch is correct, Tim murmured, for I suspect their agents will not be far behind us. As if brought on by Tim's supposition, a frightful voice suddenly thundered throughout the room. Near the door loomed a giant and blood-stained man looking for all his worth like he had fought his way through a Mantiqueen's den. It was Maximilian Mercer, well-feared dissident stooge, and he held 2 Spacer's Choice light pistols in his greasy hands. Oh yeah, Vec Machine, the guy who's totally done with life. Well, nobody seems angry at me for picking that. Sealed, huh? Oh, that's the artwork of, Chairman Mao, or whatever his name is, pretending to be all sorry about the Hope. It's down here. Oh, up here, okay. Oh, alright, it's another landing pad. Wait, no. It's the same landing pad. Okay. That was just an elevator. Got it. Alright then.
Oh my stars. This is the hotel? I only ever seen a place like this in periodicals. Or that one episode of Agent Khan.
This is certainly quite a purple place. Man, everything here is purple. Grass, the shrooms, building. Wonka beer god. Yeah, basically.
Bertie Holcomb is likely beside himself in grief.
Oh, okay, they just all have generic lines.
Bertie Holcomb is likely beside himself in grief. No, I never imagined Spencer Woolridge would outlive Halcyon Helen.
Even worse? There is. I spent 6,000 bits on a new suit for the unveiling, but now that it's been postponed, I'll never get a chance to show it off.
My law, that is a real tragedy.
Wow. That line always comes to mind whenever I hear the generic dialogue in these games, Vect. There's just something about the way that Obsidian does that, or the way that they were forced to do it in New Vegas anyway, that it's kind of unforgettable, to be honest.
I was nearly attacked by a terror ray on my way here.
See, the thing is, if I grab all this stuff now, while there's nothing going on, I won't have to be on the lookout for it later. Oh, that's considered stealing. As is this. Why might that be, I wonder? I guess maybe this is a guardhouse or something. Guess there's nothing else here. Oh, and on the inside, it's still clearly prefabricated. Even though on the outside, it's dressed up to look all nice. Hey, Sagari! Interesting that there appears to be that, almost glass-like texture underneath these, seemingly synthetic road tiles. Let's just have a quick look around before we go.
Oh, it smells worse than rancid salt tuna. Oh, well, I think it's coming from the pool.
Excuse me. The pool plaza is currently closed to guests. Hello? Did you hear? What is it with you and dirty, empty pools? No, never mind. Pool plaza's still closed. Oh, you're that inspector. Right. Sorry, but the pool's currently closed on account of it stinking worse than my boss. What can I do for you?
I think I like this guy. Why does the pool look all green?
Space me if I knew. I got here for my shift this morning and found it this way. They can't yell at me for this one, which is good, because a lot of folks seem upset by it.
This morning? So it happened just before the Spectrum Brown launch.
Gee, you're pretty sharp. Yeah, the reception party would have extended out here, but we had to close it off. What with the contamination. And now the reception ain't happening anyway. Can't do much now but wait for the stench to wear off. We found the individual hired to clean face down in a puddle of his own spit in the orchards. Guess he won't be helping.
Something about all of this sounds a little off-kilter. Yeah, can I take a look around?
All right. You may want to visit the Sun Parlor. That's where that Rizzo's fool mixed the chemicals he used. Oh, and you can talk to Lily, my boss. She probably has some great advice. I saw her walk toward the bridge to the Purpleberry Orchards earlier. Reckon she's still there. Now, anything else I can do for you?
Oh, excellent, Sagari. I'm glad to hear that. Novec machine, but see, House didn't represent the establishment. House represent... He was basically lawful neutral, is what he was. And then the ending where you get rid of him and take over in his place is true neutral. Tell me about the pool.
So long as you don't want to go in, I can answer anything you like.
Pretty heavily armed for a pool guard, huh?
Yeah, it's part of the job. I think I'm listed as a security consultant. But all that really means is that if I'm caught without this thing, I get put on pool guard duty. I don't know what happens if I'm caught without it on pool guard duty, but I know that I don't want to find out.
You said that Rizzo's hired someone to do the cleaning.
Yep, still dead. Usually Rizzo's is pretty good at making sure the people they hire ain't got triplicale for brains, but that fella clearly wasn't worth trusting. I met him briefly once. Seemed level-headed enough, but that must have been just a front. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a mess of things.
Oh, excellent, Sagari. Well, hopefully you'll have it back soon. A Welbeck machine and House does not necessarily want to take advantage of people for his own ends. Like, he genuinely cares about New Vegas, but he happens to be a despotic hard-ass who is willing to do or use anything at his disposal in order to further his own ends.
Sounds good to me.
All right, In before this is acid. It is not, in fact, acid.
Anyone up for a game of sudden death knockout? Yeah, me neither.
I guess then this must be the equivalent of the squash court. He does, Vect Machine, but, I don't agree with him that they need to go. Because if they are, if they're a minority, if they know that they don't have any hope of, monopolizing all the technology, then the very most that they can be expected to do is keep to themselves. And the fact that you can negotiate an agreement with them, at least under McNamara, you can't under Palin and Hardin if he replaces McNamara, because he's not so reasonable. But McNamara, you can talk him into not going nuts trying to monopolize the technology and being a somewhat decent, reasonable human being and acting for the good of New Vegas. But even if you do, House doesn't care about that and isn't willing to listen to reason on it. So, like, he's very my way or the highway, even if you're able to provide a reasonable alternative.
Indefinitely postponed? What did he mean? Are we going to have to wait an entire week? 2 weeks?
I suspect it may take longer than that. If the murder isn't solved, the unveiling could be postponed for as long as a month.
I can't believe that! We should sue.
We can sue later. For now, let's just enjoy the day and hope the murder is solved with due haste.
Wow, welcome to Space America. Right, what else is around here? Oh, I hear Thought I heard a workbench. Botanical operations discovered. Ha!
Keep him quiet, Cap.
No one will ever know. Ah! Unless I accidentally jump. Now I wonder what all this could be. Ah, I knew I heard a workbench. Oh, the dissident queen. Yeah, Vec Machine, but you can still do it retroactively. You can negotiate the deal with them, and then just go back and tell him about it afterward. At which point, he doesn't have a choice, because you've already done it. And he just gets super mad at you. Oh, there was someone here all along. I'm glad their back was turned.
Why'd Helen have to go and die in our hotel? We don't need that kind of notoriety.
Here I am just waltzing in, swiping everything, and there's somebody standing literally right there.
I'm going.
Cat, however, probably better close that door. Because... Oh, requires Slug's storeroom key, huh? I bet one of those guards has one. Matter of fact... Save game. Put that there.
What do you think you're doing?
Wonderful. I was just leaving.
Yeah, alright. I guess you're on the level.
I took too long is what happened. Oh, my sublight reputation decreased. Well, now's the time where we pull a Fallout New Vegas and...
Okay, keep him quiet.
Oh, no? Okay. She did not, in fact, have a keycard.
Sure.
Oh, really, Vect? I don't remember that. Freaking sealed. Alright, I guess I'll be back once I have a keycard.
Be right there.
In a jiff.
Not harassing her, Hunter. She never even knew that I was searching through her pockets. Well, not after I reloaded my save file.
Bertie Holcomb is likely beside himself in grief.
Scenic deck discovered.
That's a hunting reserve over there, in the clouds above a gas giant. Makes about as much sense as any of this, I suppose.
Oh, you're the inspector. Welcome. Has anyone helped you with your luggage yet?
Hunting reserve, you say? Oh, we can't. Damn it. Isn't remotely what I wanted to do. Could have sworn this scope had zoom. Hang on, I have to check the controller configuration. Hello, Artista, welcome. Where is the... Crouch, sneak, tactical time dilation. What the... Oh, Dragonab, the 10,000? Yes, it is. I'm carrying a fair amount of ammo. Sun Parlor. The Doctor, if you're streaming games from Steam, then you just need OBS. You would use OBS's, game or window capture functions in order to capture the game window from your PC and stream it through OBS. Pool cleaner, blue water coloring, 422 plus Chloransol plus hydrogenated defoamer. Oh, Chlorinasol. Hydrogenated defoamer. I'm fairly certain that this guy did the equivalent of mixing bleach and ammonia, looking at the composition of these, because chlorine is a base, and the hydrogenated defoamer would be an acid, I think. Don't quote me, I might be getting those the other way around. But I believe that's basically what's going on here. Oh, yikes, Crimson. Yeah, OBS is free, the doctor. Uh-oh. Okay, 3, 4, 5... Hang on. Valued, it's implied by their chemical composition. Because chlorine is one reactant, and hydrogen typically is the opposite reactant to chlorine. I'm having trouble remembering which is which, but they are opposite reactants in a formula where if you mix both reactants, you get basically toxic gas. Oh, yikes, Crimson. Alright, what's this? Critics agree that terminals built by Enter Company name here are the best terminals. UVAT 1 status. Brominating oscillator. Okay, so that'd be bromine and oxygen, I guess. Blue water coloring. And brominating oscillator. Okay. Got 3 status. Muriatic acid. Brominating oscillator. Chlorinosol.
I'm going.
Hydrogenated defoamer. Yeah, I bet you did, Crimson. I bet everyone had to evacuate. Yeah, Dragonab, because one's positive and one's negative. Okay, well, I'm not going to mess with this till I'm absolutely sure of the consequences of doing so, and I certainly do not want to repeat that idiot's mistake. What do we have here? It seems Rizzo's has me set up with a rather straightforward task. Slug has an automatic mixer for their pool cleaner. If it's automatic, one would think it wouldn't need to be manually cycled, but I suppose I should be thankful it works at all. Mix the chemicals by cycling each vat, then use the console to create a compound once you have the desired combination. Not exactly building a terraformer here, but no matter how simple these things are, some people will still have problems. Good that I've been at this for as long as I have. Chlorinosol is red. That's number 1. Muriatic acid is green, number 2. Brominating oscillator is yellow, number 3. Blue water coloring is blue, number 4. And hydrogenated defoamer is orange, number 5. Seems odd to store all of these chemicals together. Putting some of these together would render that pool less habitable than some of the sulfur pits on Monarch. Perhaps that's why they decided to hire a professional. Beneath the entry, there is a note in a different handwriting. Any opportunistic freelancer that reads this should meet me at the hotel balcony. I have a business opportunity. Oh. Huh. All right. Speak to the mysterious note writer and create a pool cleaner chemical. Ah, very good, Dragonab. Very clever. Yeah, you just can't match love interests on Tinder like chemicals can match electrons. I can't come up with anything clever to say to that, as I'm sure I've just proven. Oh, and it looks like they just let you walk off the edge and die here. No railings, nothing. Thanks, Halcyon Corporations. You know, as pretty as all this purple is to look at, it does eventually get to be a little bit tough on the eyes. Alright, well, let's go check the hotel, because I think we might have to go through here to get to the balcony anyway.
So much opulence, while most of Halcyon suffers.
I'll bet you 10 bits this is all just some sort of publicity stunt. Bertie Holcomb is likely beside himself in grief.
Oh, come on. Why is the lounge closed? I wanted brunch.
I can't believe Helen's gone. We're never going to get a sequel to Terror on Monarch.
With Halcyon Helen gone, does that mean Spencer Woolrich will get all her roles?
I certainly hope not. That man doesn't even act as well as I do.
Well, that's nice. Alright, we're supposed to... Ballroom. Supposed to go this way.
Black Hole Bertie's disappeared, you know. That poor fellow must be inconsolable.
Investigation in progress, huh? Alright, idiots. Inspector coming through.
I can't believe Helen's gone. We're never going to get a sequel to Terror on Monarch.
Employee access card level A. Alright. New TNL Needler. Available with a wide variety of fast-acting combat chemicals. Interesting.
I knew I should have gotten her autograph when I had the chance.
Why is everybody staring? Didn't nobody teach him to respect the dead? Oh gosh, is that Miss Helen? Can we see?
Oh, wow, Parvati. Freaking wow.
Company gives us a discount on Spectrum Brown. Inspector, hope you catch that killer soon. You don't know how grateful I am to the morale improvement program. Changed my life.
Okay, Dragonab, have a good one.
My last quarterly review said I had an attitude problem. Morale improvement program fixed me right up. Rizzo's cares about the happiness of its family. Spacer's Choice can't say that. Happy customers are repeat customers. We're all part of the Rizzo's family. I could never work for Slug. They're not recognized by the board. Inspector, hope you catch that killer soon.
Rizzo's cares about the happiness of its family. Spacer's Choice can't say that.
These Rizzo's guards are weirdly happy. That already is suspect.
Oh, thank the law. Inspector, you don't know how relieved I am to see you.
Constable Keene, nice to meet you. We, spoke over the Aetherwave.
Constable Maria Keene. It's good to meet you in person, Inspector.
Dr. Goodnight. Ecstatic to make your various acquaintances and so on. Are we finished with the pleasantries? There's something I'm excited to show you.
What do you got for me, Doctor?
An extraordinary contraption. You'll love it.
Our coroner has developed a device which may prove useful in your investigation. Our office has instructed her to hand it over to you.
Our office has instructed her to hand it over to you. Oh, please. You make it sound as if I'm turning over stolen goods. Behold, my discrepancy amplifier. Hold it in your hands. Feel the way it hums with ontological potential.
Interesting. I'm guessing this device makes use of deterministic calculus. Long guns and engineering. This looks like a scope modified with a computing device. Amazing. Nice. How do I set it to kill? Huh.
You're rather sharp in your upper story. I can see why you're the inspector. The discrepancy amplifier uses a deterministic model of our universe to detect the discrepancy between what should be and what actually is. Then it renders any discrepancies visible by using the power of magnification.
That sounds strangely like scientism. Expecting the doctrine of the OSI to have any bearing on reality is quite an assumption.
Oh, goodness, no. I don't care for OSI doctrine. I just enjoy their math.
Okay. Got it. Thanks.
Go on, then. Give it a try. Just treat the amplifier as you would a weapon. Hold it good and steady, and look down scope.
I'm contractually prohibited from endorsing off-brand technology, but I'll bend that rule just this once. You'll want to peer into the amplifier and examine the crime scene.
Oh, okay. It didn't auto-equip, which means... Discrepancy amplifier. It does have a damage rating. Designed by Dr. Goodnight, the discrepancy amplifier is an inductive reasoning simulator and computation device fine-tuned to pick up discrepancies in the Eridanos atmospheric complex. The device requires the strong magnetic field of the Eridanos complex and cannot function anywhere else in the colony. Of course. Damn it. The crud was the button input for switching. No, not that. That. Alright, I give up. Switch weapon. Oh, next weapon is triangle. Okay.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Halcyon Helen, huh?
Searching for clues, are we, Captain?
Ha! Shut up, Max.
Watch it!
What?
The discrepancy amplifier is now operational. Greetings, designated inspector and/or unauthorized larcenist. This unit has detected a discrepancy related to Halcyon Helen. Unscheduled expiration of. Begin amplification.
See, you've been designed with a modular analytical system. What else can you do?
The discrepancy amplifier has been programmed with advanced speech recognition, scientific analysis, and deterministic calculus protocols.
Oh, you'll love this. Amplifier, tell the inspector about your features.
Please do not interrupt the discrepancy amplifier. The discrepancy amplifier is programmed to take instruction from its registered or designated inspector.
How curious. I must have set its impertinence levels to flagrant.
This unit's features include an automated personality simulator. This unit has been programmed to simulate joy and satisfaction in assisting you.
All right, tell me about the discrepancy. Yeah, it sure is a good thing, Jin. Wouldn't be the first time I've done that in games that did have them.
This footprint stands out from the normally spotless floor of the grand ballroom. Typically, the ballroom is cleaned twice daily, which means this must have been made by either Helen or her assailant or assailants.
The size of these footprints match anything you have on record. Also, taste the dirt? Wow.
Footprint is a tailor-made 8.75, suggesting that its owner was very particular about their shoe size. It is also the exact size that Halcyon Helen typically prefers. There are traces of dirt throughout the footprint.
I'm seeing some purpleberry in this dirt. Amplifier, analysis.
Excellent observation, Inspector. The following compounds have been detected. Purpleberry residue, nitrogen-rich fertilizer, common grass. Grass, fertilizer, and purpleberries can all be found in the purpleberry orchards, located not far from the Grand Colonio.
Oh, I bet she does, Hunter. Helen must have been at the orchards before she died.
This deduction appears sound.
Good work, Inspector. I had a feeling we'd make some progress once we brought you onto the case. You'll need Administrator Ludovico to grant you access to the orchards. Contact him through the secure access terminal in your penthouse suite. Check in with the concierge. Your room should be ready by now. If it isn't, I may have to go shake someone by the collar.
Oh good, we leveled up. Let's see. 10 skill points. So actually... let's increase our engineering. Hey, Lord Louise, how are you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. Everything okay? You've been safe and well, I hope? actually. We'll bring that up to 100. We'll put the rest into Persuade. And perks. Boom headshot would be nice for groups of enemies, but it's possibly dangerous for some other reasons. % damage per subsequent hit in tactical time dilation. That's probably really good. We'll go with that. Glad to hear, Louise. And yes, I am. I'm really glad I was able to get my hands on one, to be honest. Didn't expect I'd be able to for quite a lot longer. Check into the penthouse suite and contact Ludovico through the video terminal to unlock the bridge to the orchards. Pick up the room key from the concierge desk. User as prevalent as the pool's odor, it should be easy to find the source of what happened. Employee journal had a note asking for freelancers. Create a pool cleaner. Revealed the method of his madness. He's color and number coded the chemicals to create various mixes. It would be possible to recreate a pool cleaner using the chemical mix. Shock message notes the pool cleaner is created mixing chlorinasol, water coloring, and hydrogenated defoamer. Used to mix chemicals in the sun parlor. Okay,
Hey, take it easy with that thing.
all right. Well, I guess let's go check in.
How awful! I left my favorite jacket in there.
Black Hole Bertie hasn't been seen.
We should try to solve the puzzle hedges in the orchards. The prize is supposed to be something valuable.
Ah, well.
What the? I was going to wash my hands, I swear.
Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't expecting this to be that.
I was nearly attacked by a terror ray on my way here.
Sorry, man. My mistake.
I did not read about this kind of treatment in the service agreement papers.
Lord Luis, I honestly can't think of any. At this point, I barely remember what's going to be released this year anyway. I don't have a very strong recollection.
Murder or no murder, it is my right to loiter on a bar stool. How else should I be expected to avoid my wife?
Don't look at me. Marital problems are not my forte. Medical center. Yeah, that one, Lord Luis, yes. Dr. Winifred, good night. This is an automated reminder to make sure you clean the blood off your instruments. Patient logs. Hartford Bosch. Back pains. Another day, another case that bores me to drink. The ill-fated Byzantine of the hour thought it prudent to gorge himself on enough purpleberry wine to incapacitate a primal. He then attempted to reach the lobby by stairs rather than elevator and fell down 6 flights. Automechanical servants broke his fall. He broke their servo mechanisms and will be billed accordingly. Fractures in the left clavicle, right femur, parietal bone, ribs. More injuries than brain cells. Recommended replacing purpleberry wine with Rizzo Spectrum Violet in order to appease Rizzo's company policy. Huh. Ina Han. Extreme excitability. Finally, something a little different from the norm. Ms. Han came in earlier today, escorted by her sister. Apparently not long after arriving on Eridanos, the two of them went on a trip through the Purpleberry Orchards, which is where we're investigating next. Ms. Han's sister visited the puzzle hedges, but quickly became lost. When she eventually made her way out, Ms. Han was nowhere to be found. His sister claims that Miss Han returned to their hotel room several hours later, but has been unusual ever since. Her sister described the patient as formerly sullen, morose, phlegmatic, and given to melancholia. Her demeanor has transformed into an unpleasant degree of levity and shocking enthusiasm toward everything. I suggested vast quantities of cheap alcohol. That actually is a little bit suspicious because I'm already seeing a connection. Those guards also seemed unnaturally happy and optimistic. Discrepancy amplifier replacements? These are replacement models of the discrepancy amplifier fitted with backups of its logic module. A label reads, "In case of careless inspector." Huh. Well, I'm sure we'll be needing those later on. Huh. Concept art. Well, apart from this suspicious-looking stain on the floor, this is, I think, the first medical facility we've visited in the entire game that has actually looked somewhat sanitary. Oh, okay, well, and other than this.
Hello there, my inordinately esteemed guest. If my hello were any more earnest, this loudspeaker would explode. Oh dear. I'm sorry, but you don't seem to have a registered room key. If you've lost your key, why don't you pay the hotel concierge a visit? I'm sure she can get you a new one. Then you can come back, and I'll service all of your vertical needs.
What? Well... Hey, Wabi! Good to see you. How you holding up? Now I need to find my way back to the concierge desk. I'm already lost. Locked and not pickable. Cool. Oh, okay, that's outside. Wabi, my needs are so vertical you don't even know how vertical my needs are. I have no idea what that even means. Well enough, thanks, Wabi. But I think the concierge was over here. Oh, hey, Kegarin!
Hope you've been enjoying your stay. Oh, you're the inspector. Are you enjoying the amenities? No, I hope you catch the killer. Sublight Underground
Wait,
appreciates your patronage.
I can't believe Miss Helen's gone. Feels like it's going against the laws of nature somehow. I used to watch Helen's serials. She'd fall into mortal peril every couple episodes, but she always lived in the end.
I'm glad I could take you to see Eridanos.
Breathtaking. Have you looked over the edge of the complex yet? Just watch the clouds turning? It's like an ocean without end.
It really is something.
Eridanos and Olympus are the two biggest planets in Halcyon. King and queen of the sky. Looking out to the horizon, I get this feeling that we're in the company of royalty. Eridanos is 100 times the mass of Terra 2, 800 times the volume, 10 times the diameter. We're flying through the tiniest layer of habitable atmosphere. Sometimes I can't believe how small my world used to be. My horizons were about as wide as the walls of Edgewater.
Well, now look at you, on top of the world.
Yeah. We've come a long way.
Let's talk about something else.
Yeah? I mean, what do you need? Captain? Mr. Sir?
Oh, I guess that's it. Max, what about you?
I welcome our opportunity to discover who killed Ms. Bellamy, but I fear the common serial theme of inspectors meting out justice is as flimsy as their unconvincing storylines. I find myself marveling at the complex simplicity, something
okay, no, I guess that's it. Kegarin, congratulations, and don't worry about it. I'm just glad that you've gotten everything working and the ball is rolling now. Well, I said the hotel balcony. We have a... Huh.
I saw you meander on out of the pool and into the greenhouse. Now you're here. Does that mean what I think it means?
I read your notes. Suffice to say, I'm interested.
Good. If you're interested in burying the pool, I'm interested in paying you.
Why go after a hotel pool? Not exactly the most high-profile target.
Maybe not. Maybe I just want Rizzo's working relationship with Slug to implode for the benefit of Spacer's Choice.
Oh!
But you're right. It ain't high profile. And it ain't gotta be. Any damage to Rizzo's is cause for celebration. You ain't gotta concern yourself with my spite. Consider me an average Byzantine, and I'll consider you an average contractor.
The doctor, by using a VPN, among other things. And also by just not revealing my exact location and identification credentials publicly. Interesting. I don't know that I want to get wrapped up in intercorporate politics for the moment.
Shame. Well, I hope you'll soon see Rizzo's for what they are, and help me bring them low.
Yeah, because Spacer's Choice is so much better. Real noble company, that.
I was nearly attacked by a terror ray on my way here.
Okay, now we need to find the concierge.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh? Yeah, okay, but is there anything else?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. This is a bottle of unreleased Rizzo's product. Helen appears to have attempted to use it to spell something as she expired, but all she managed was a sticky bee.
What's the unreleased Rizzo's product?
Rizzo's Spectrum Brown has not yet been released for consumption. Spectrum Brown was scheduled to be unveiled at the Eridanos Atmosphere Complex in partnership with Halcyon Helen.
Was she trying to spell the name of her killer?
This hypothesis is plausible, but requires additional information.
B could stand for anything. Isn't Black Hole Birdie staying here?
Mr. Bertie Holcomb is indeed known to frequent places of leisure and hospitality, as rare as they are in Halcyon.
Correct. Bertie Black Hole Holcomb is a registered guest at the Grand Colonial Hotel.
Anybody else I should know about?
Accessing guest database, B. The Grand Colonial Hotel is proud to serve the following VIPs. Bertie, Black Hole. Burbage 3001.
Burbage 3001, the robot? Uh-oh.
This evidence has been recorded for later reference. Now generating pre-approved compliment. Splendid work, Inspector.
Ah, don't patronize me. Well, all right. Suddenly the bee is missing. Huh.
Well, I suppose I've seen stranger marketing maneuvers. Not sure what Rizzo's was trying to accomplish with this one.
Oh, they think it's all a work. Concierge terminal. Please do not store any insufficiently encrypted gossip. Hack 100. Access restricted message. To concierge from Cedric Kincannon. That damn fool. Halston, I've reason to believe Ludovico is getting agitated again, which will likely present itself in several dozen messages to you, each demanding a reduction in Rizzo's payments. Funnel these messages into the trash, if you please. If Ludovico wants to renegotiate the terms of our contract, he's welcome to take his operations elsewhere. Cedric. Huh. Guest complaints. Guest complaints. Good luck. From annoyed subject, this infernal racket. You like torturing me, is that what this is? When I first learned I'd be just beneath the floor occupied by the Rizzo's Rangers, I was excited, as any tossball-loving halcyonite should be. What I did not anticipate is the degree to which these hull heads seem to enjoy prancing to and fro, pounding on their floor and my ceiling, every hour of the architect-cursed day. Did they install a tossball 5th court upstairs while I wasn't looking, or is this normal? Worst of all, it sounds like one of them has decided to start imitating a woolly cow. I'll give them that it's a convincing facsimile, but it has no place in a hotel, and each bleat is so loud it shakes the glasses on my face. I demanded a room change yesterday. For each additional hour after midnight today that I am not rehomed, expect at least one employee to be fired. Wow. No idea, Wabi. From a concerned Byzantine, subject mechanical menace. To whatever member of the help it may concern, I've heard a horrible clanking passing my room every night for the past 6 nights. Yesterday I mustered up all my courage and sent a servant to look, and upon her return, mustered up all my courage and sent a servant to look. Upon her return, she said, seen what looks like an armed mechanical wander by my room for the past 6 nights. She said it was something called a Burbage 3001 and that it was a serial star. This machine is a serial star, I must ask. Why are you filming outside our rooms without paying us? We're not consenting to having our temporary property filmed. There is no doubt a contract for this, and if the machine is being allowed to wander without being filmed, then I want to be paid double. Do you have any idea how dangerous that thing could be? It could tread on my foot and ruin my aspirations to be a professional dancer if I ever decide to have those aspirations. I urgently await a response. VIP guest list. Ruth Bellamy, Spencer Woolrich, Black Hole Bertie Holcomb. Quest Manifest, Helen Halcyon. Despite her celebrity status, the greater part of Halcyon Helen's requests have been fairly normal. Soap, shampoo, new towels, and so on. Vibrating toothbrush. The one exception is her unusual consumption of food and drink. I'm not one to judge about that sort of thing. Law knows I've seen stranger proclivities from other guests, but she really does request a lot and frequently. Listen to this. For lunch today, she ordered 6 Borscht bean sandwiches, 2 purpleberry shakes, 2 purpleberry liqueurs, several retro rockets, and cigarettes enough to crush a teacup canid. I'd wonder if she's planning a party, but the cleaning staff say that every time they've gone up, there's been no sign of what she's ordered. If Helen really does keep managing to get through all of what she's been ordering, maybe she should consider quitting showbiz and entering the competitive consumption scene instead. Interesting, so she's ordering more food than one person can eat, and there's no evidence of it when the housekeeping staff cleans her room. Alright, noted. So that probably means there's somebody else in her room who is not on the guest registry. Spencer Woolrich. The past 2 weeks, I've received 315 different service requests from Mr. Woolrich. These requests include, but are not limited to, his entire wardrobe from Terran Monarch, 413 different outfits, including a primal suit. 5 gallons of each color of spectrum except black, wants 50 gallons of black. Teacup canids of various breeds, a plasma launcher, consisting of over 60% of all total requests, an upgraded room. Administrator Ludovico authorized him to move into the second largest room just to shut him the hell up. But Halcyon Helen got the biggest one, and of course Woolric can't accept that he's been eclipsed. Got another room upgrade request as I was typing this. I've more than half a mind to send an exterminator to fumigate his room just so he can't request anything else for a while. But then he might come down here and try to talk to me, and I think I'd quite honestly rather be dead. Black Hole Bertie Holcomb. Holcomb's requests have been about what you'd expect from a professional skullcracker. Toss ball sticks, new clothes because he keeps, and I quote, accidentally tearing the shirts that are too small for my giant muscles. Funny how the rips I've seen look more like they've been made by hand. I've noticed that he's asked for very little in the way of effort accelerators or enhancers. No skin tough, no oxycomp, not even any dervish mist. Typically tossball players go through that filth like no one else. Maybe Holcomb's trying to prove something to Helen. Whatever it is, I don't think it's going to work. All right. Ballroom. Oh, that's outside. Huh. What's going on in here? Also, what's with the devil ears hat?
I was nearly attacked by a terror ray on my way here.
Oh, that's the concierge. Okay. Acquire penthouse key. Printing key. Have a nice day. Well, all right.
I'm sorry, sir, but while the hotel is an active crime scene, I regret to inform you that all new bookings, room upgrades, room downgrades, and in-room massages are suspect. Oh, you're the special inspector. Mr. Kincannon warned me you'd be checking in soon.
Who?
Why, you.
No, not the special inspector. I mean, your boss.
Oh, Mr. Kincannon. He runs all sublet underground operations in the Eridanos atmospheric complex, including the Grand Colonial Hotel. But he keeps his office down in the warehouse district, near the docks. If you should require to meet with him in person, you're most likely to find him there. While you're here, Inspector, could I set you up with a room?
Just sure. What have you got?
For you, only the best, sir, of course. You'll be staying in our luxurious penthouse suite, vacated just recently. So recently that unfortunately the room's still being cleaned. The last guest left her belongings behind when she vacated unexpectedly, so we needed a little time to tidy the suite up for you. Simply call the elevator in the lobby and our highly skilled operator will deliver you to your private floor with efficiency and cheer.
That sounds like it was Helen's room. You've got some high-profile guests here, right? What can you tell me about them?
My apologies, Inspector, but that would be a severe violation of guest privacy. We here at the Grand Colonial firmly believe that... All right, my supervisor just walked out of earshot. Some folks just don't understand the importance of gossip. About whom? And what would you wish to know?
Ha! All right, I like her. You notice anything about Halcyon Helen before she died?
You know, out of everyone here, I probably knew the least about Helen. I'm not much of an Aetherwave watcher myself. And Helen always had a crowd of admirers chasing her, you see. So she rarely stopped to chat. Friendly enough, surely, but always seemed untouchable. Emphasis on seemed.
You ever see her acting strangely?
Now that you mention it, she was usually calm and collected, but every so often I'd see her looking all wild-eyed and intense. It seemed as if she was determined about something. Or maybe she was just hungry? That woman ordered a lot of food. Maybe show business gives you a faster metabolism. You know, out of everyone, I'm not...
Was she closer with some people than others?
Everyone wanted to be around Helen. She could usually be seen alongside Bertie or Woolrich, for obvious reasons.
Huh. So it seems like her looking wild-eyed was tied in some way to the vast amounts of food that she ordered. I wonder if somebody was hiding out in her room and threatening her. Wonder if she was ordering that food to keep someone or something appeased. Heard Black Hole Birdie was staying here.
You know...
Oh, no, that's,
Birdie. Is he bigger than he is dumb, or dumber than he is big? I've a bet with a friend. Not sure we'll ever get it to pay out. Birdie used to be Helen's beau, though he isn't anymore, and not just because she's dead. If I had 1,000,000 bits, I'd spend every one just to learn what caused their split.
Okay, so Helen and Birdie had a falling out of some kind. What about Helen's co-star Woolrich? He have any reason to want her dead?
If looks could kill, he'd have put her in the ground 10 times over. Man's clearly jealous of her success compared to his. See, I'd bet we're the only two people thinking about him in all of Eridanos. And I only am because you mentioned his name. If you leave woolly cow milk out, it turns to curds. Leave the curds out, they begin to get stale, then rot. Woolridge is on his way to the trash bin, and everyone knows it. Either he's in denial, or he knew Helen would be checking out soon, judging by his increasing demands for a room upgrade.
Huh. Really, Vect Machine? I don't quite see the resemblance.
That's a shame, Inspector. What if I wanted to know a little about you?
I'm a freelance captain, changing the colony one high-stakes encounter at a time.
A dashing gunslinger type, then. I'm sure the investigation will turn out splendidly in your hands. Or at least Mr. Kincannon seems confident enough to believe so.
This place sure is interesting. There's a lot of interesting stuff here.
It certainly is a marvel of modern ingenuity, luxury, and ambition. Please, allow me to answer any curiosities you might have about our building and the amenities on offer.
Oh, new dialogue tree. What's in the penthouse?
Twice the size of the next biggest room, and kitted out with any amenity you want, as well as many that you won't. Best to enjoy it while you can, Inspector. Typically, the only people who can afford the penthouse suite have enough bits to suffocate everyone on Terra 2. Also, please inform me if Woolridge gives you a hard time about getting a better room than his. Don't tell him I said this, but everyone on staff wants to strangle him.
Well, at least we've got a motive for him if he turns up dead. Is there anything special about the upper levels?
Most certainly. All the important folks can be found in the upmost parts of the hotel. You can hardly walk 3 feet without bumping into a tossball grate or a bored exec. Though maybe don't bump into them. Could be harmful to your health.
Probably more so to theirs than mine, but sure. No one seems to talk about the lower levels of the hotel.
Who would be interested in a staff-only area? Most folks never ask about the sewers beneath Arizo's plant, either.
You can't honestly tell me there's nothing of interest in an entire half of the hotel.
Of interest to your investigation? Well, I suppose there is that one door we're not supposed to open. But I'm sorry, Inspector, I'm not authorized to grant you access to any staff sections of the hotel. You'll have to find a way in on your own.
Oh! Straight out telling me, yeah, but if you sneak in, I guess there's nothing I can do.
If you're sure.
Alright. Well, thanks. Huh. Oh, that's the... Okay, the Dissident Queen again.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Is that so?
An industrial-grade laxative has been added to the liquor in these bottles.
Why? Hey, Basonator, how are you doing? It certainly has been quite a while since the last time our paths crossed. What have you been up to? The hell? Severed head of Burbage 2000. The head of Burbage 2000 torn from its body in the penultimate act of Titus Androidicus. Why, foolish Burbage, dost thou not perceive that Halcyon is but a wilderness of dissidents, and it is only through our citizens' vigilance that they will be caught. Report any and all suspicious behavior to your local constable. Wow. Now, why would a thing like that be here? Ah, congrats, Basonator! Which level of school are you about to graduate? Are we talking high school? College? This game looks familiar because I've streamed it a couple of times before. I played the base game when it first came out, and then I streamed the first DLC when that launched. And this is now the launch of the second DLC. Join us for the Prophet of Probability seminar? Flyer promoting a productotherapy seminar with renowned Prophet of Probability Jasmine Leva at her retreat in the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. Under her patented system, purge your body of nefarious humors stopping you from unlocking your true productive potential. Oh, Prophet of Profitability. That's what that says. Ugh. Gross. Huh. Yeah, the doctor, if you want to catch me after the stream, why? Are you considering taking up streaming? I mean, I guess it's probably an obvious answer. Of course you are, or you wouldn't be asking me that. Yeah, the doctor, DM me on Discord after the stream. Oh, that's here. And I'll see what I can do to, help get you squared away. Think industrial strength scissors. Why does this have a key icon next to it? That probably means that it's required for something. So I should probably try to avoid selling it. Alright then.
Welcome to the Grand Colonial. Please make yourself at home.
Earth is with that hat. And actually, how does one get in here?
Why, hello there. Goodness, I always enjoy seeing guests, but it's been so long since I've chatted face to face that I about hopped out of my skin at the sight of you. Excuse me, I should introduce myself, though you might know me already, just not by name. I'm Bellhop Sullivan. You've likely heard my dulcet tones through the elevator intercom.
I recognize your... yeah, pleased to meet you. Don't hurt me.
Oh, that's so nice of you to say. I'm glad to meet you too. Now that our introductions are out of the way, do let me know if I can help you with anything.
You said you operate the elevator, right? Can guests not press buttons themselves?
Well, yes, but having an operator certifies that the right guests end up on the proper floors. We wouldn't want tossball players rubbing shoulders with CEOs. It'd be anarchy. Plus, there's always the risk a guest chips a nail or loses a ring on a button. It's an extra effort, but the Grand Colonial prides itself on personalized service in all things. That and the elevator still works if I'm ever not around. I do take occasional breaks and sleep every so often.
So I'd assume the bellhops all know each other. Any gossip about Norval?
Oh yes, Norville's great. Always ready to help any and all guests who might need it. And so handsome, too. His judgment sometimes leaves something to be desired, I will say. Kept badgering Halcyon Helen prior to her death about an autograph or something. A little beyond his station.
You know anything about Halcyon Helen's murder?
Unfortunately not. I was in the operator room for the elevator, as usual. The camera feed only allows me to see within the elevator, which always has many people coming through. For what it's worth, the murder was a right shame. I always enjoyed the serials starring Ms. Helen, though I did find them prone to repetitive plot structures. But I'm sure you've heard the rumor about what actually did her in. That marauders got into the hotel and management is covering it up so the guests don't run off.
I am given to the suspicion that somebody else was in the hotel and in fact in her room with her. Have marauders ever been a problem at the Grand Colonial before?
Well, not necessarily, but they're fairly prevalent on the other complexes. It wouldn't take much for them to find their way here. Slug claims they've got the problem under control, but I don't understand why they haven't simply gone and exterminated all of the marauders like the vermin they are. Oh, well, I'm just here to push buttons.
Actually, we found out the answer to that question in the previous DLC. Well, this lady is very low on the suspect list. She has a solid alibi. Hey, Bane, welcome!
Finally checked in, I see. I hope you're fond of the penthouse. It's pretty much the best seat in the whole hotel. You shouldn't want for any amenity you might find elsewhere. Should act as a better headquarters for the investigation than any space dust-covered ship. That and you ain't got room service on a ship. You ever need anything, come find me. Even if you don't, you can still swing by. I'm always happy to chat.
I'm curious about you. How did you end up as a bellhop?
Notice my battle-hardened physique, have you? Used to be in a mighty mean line of work. Been shot at 35 times. That is, I've been near people who were shot at 35 times.
What?
But to be honest, I never really enjoyed it, you know? It's one thing to tightrope walk between life and death every day, but for just a handful of bits? Nah. When this position came up, I jumped on it and made a lateral move from sublight to slug. I ain't ever looked back.
Ah, you were a sublight contractor. In other words, a smuggler. I thought slug and sublight didn't engage much. How'd you move from one to the other?
Well, slug is something like an offshoot of sublight. It ain't too difficult to pivot from one part of the same company to another. Disconnects or no. That said, my departure may have been somewhat hasty.
Oh, I need higher sneak? Really? Damn, what happened?
Well, you could call it a small lapse in judgment. Basically, I singled out a ship to salvage that I thought had been out for use for years. As it turns out, it belonged to a wealthy Byzantine who used it only to vacation. As it so happened, I still don't think she tried to use it, too satisfied with the luxuries of Byzantium. Still, I figured it was a good time to turn tail, in case that ever changed.
Ah.
Well, that
made it sound like a choice earlier.
Well, it was, technically. Basically, I singled out a ship. As it so happened.
Alright, got any good stories? I'm sure you've seen a lot of people coming and going.
Stories? Huh. Actually, I think I got a couple now that you mention it.
Skoster, yes, it is. You never have to bring NPC companions with you. You can play solo if you want. And in fact, there are several perks which are built around playing solo. There are perks that make you harder to detect when you have no NPC allies with you. I believe there are 1 or 2 perks that increase your damage in various ways when you have no NPC allies with you. And there are a couple of other things like that. So there are ways that you can completely build your character around a solo playstyle, Skoster. So yes. Hello, Carabanta. Welcome.
When I was first starting out here, I got lost in the lower levels of the Colonial. Guess you not, I ran into a giant purple sprat. Of course, I'd been drinking a little that day.
No worries, Skoster. Glad to help. Giant purple sprat in the basement. Okay. How different is working with Slug from working with Sublight?
Well, Slug is more trustworthy for one thing, where Sublight is all about back alleys and backstabbing. Slug can be trusted not to salvage your ship when you turn your head.
Good.
Now, what can I lend a hand with?
Did you know the Vic?
Oh, of course. That is, maybe not on a personal level, but I'm one of her biggest fans. Even started an association of like-minded individuals. I'd lament not having anything to meet about anymore, but the newer tribe just ain't done it for us. Still, there goes my hopes of a Terran Monarch reunion episode.
I mean, there are other celebrities, right?
Sorry, friend, but I guess you don't get it. Helen was special, had a certain quality about her, like she would really go out and fight injustice. You look at Woolrich, and no disrespect to the man, but you just don't get the same feeling. He reminds me more of a vacuum suit without nobody in it. Don't tell him I said that. Oh, of course. That is, I'd lament.
Were the newer serial episodes that bad?
Of course. Budgets went up, but the writing quality chewed straight through the floorboards and free fell into Halcyon's son. I'm supposed to believe Helen would let the chief of the Savages go free just since he was revealed to be her half-cousin? He's a dissident! You kill him! I, like most fans, reckon this series should go back to its roots. Another 200 episodes of the Origins plotline is what we really want.
Well, good luck getting that now. From what I've heard, though, Mr. Norville, your affection for Helen went a little bit further than just being the president of her fan club, did it not?
I suppose you could call it that, but that don't mean I poked around her room or nothing while she was out. That'd be a huge breach of hotel policy. Besides, knowing Helen's athletic acumen, anyone who tried probably would have been found, beaten senseless, then hurled into the hallway, followed by the contents of a garbage bin. Probably, that is, it'd probably happen, but it didn't. I'm just theorizing.
Ah. Sounds like you learned your lesson. Maybe. Mind if I ask you a few questions about the crime scene?
Please do.
You want to give me more deets on how you came across the body?
Sure, I'd taken to checking the barroom every few hours prior to the unveiling. Just to make sure no sprats had snuck into the place. You understand. Found her right before I was set to head back to my room in the lower levels for my mandated 5-hour sleep period. Tell ya, thank the law for caffeinoid. Been too upset to get a wink of sleep since. And hey, now I can finally see smells.
What? Caffeinoid induces synesthesia? Any idea why Helen would have been in the ballroom after hours?
Beats all hell out of me.
Hey, Agony.
Maybe she was, practicing for the unveiling?
Did you kill Helen? You can tell me if you did. It'll be our little secret.
What? No. Just because I found the corpse doesn't mean I made her a corpse. I was in shift all day. Besides, I loved Helen serials. Well, the old ones anyway. The newer episodes are hot junk on a warm day. Sure.
All right.
What's on your...
Did you see Helen on the day of her death?
Of course I did. I just told you I found the body. Oh, wait. You mean when she was still breathing? No, of course I didn't. Plus, it's untoward for an employee to speculate about the actions of a hotel guest. Not that I saw any hotel guests interacting with her.
I think we both know that you're itching to gossip.
Honestly, you're more than a little right. I've been burning at the britches to share my theories. Day of her death, I saw Helen leave the hotel premises with the profit of profitability, and didn't see her come back. A little on the suspicious side, I think. Seemed especially strange, seeing how, as far as I was aware, the two didn't get on.
The profit of profitability. Why didn't they get along?
As far as I can recall, Helen dismissed the lady's seminars in some kind of interview. Said her co-star used them, but she didn't. The top rungers are always ready to read between the lines of famous folks and seem to think the profit was on her way out. Woman lost a ton of bits and is set to lose more.
So what's the deal with this lady? Who is she?
Yep. Gives seminars on increasing profit margins and the like. Can't say much else, seeing how I ain't in the gossip market.
Huh.
I hope all that helped. I'd like to be as useful as I can in the investigation. I just didn't want to steer anyone the wrong way.
Got any idea who might have wanted to, snuff Helen?
Everyone's got theories. I don't reckon mine hold much more weight than anyone else's.
Okay. You are not a primary suspect, but you are not quite off my list yet. This profit of profitability concerns me, though. Well, Hunter, you get the intimidate option. That's pretty close.
Hello there, my inordinately... Oh, everyone who visited me. Hello again. Thanks so much for brightening my day. What authorized floor can I bring you to?
How about the ones that aren't authorized? I'd like to visit the VIP guest floor.
Oh, so sorry, but you're not actually authorized to visit that floor.
Okay, in that case, bring me to the floor I am authorized to visit.
Next up, the finest seat in the house.
All in good time, Hunter. Violence has its time and place. Huh. That is a jacket with a feminine cut, so it's probably Helen's. I'm guessing this was her suite, so... Okay, we'll contact Ludovico that way. Yeah, those are women's clothes. Sam? What are you doing here? Oh, everyone's here.
There is such a thing as too clean. We ought to break open a few bottles and have some fun. Make a mess. Live a little.
You want to foot the bill for that, Nyoka?
Even the air in here feels too sweet. Almost sticky. You think they'd object to me setting up a tanning station here? I do love all the wall space. So much room for trophies. You think they'd object to me setting up a tanning station here?
Pigsty! Slovenly! These premises are unsuitably disordered. When it comes to on-the-go cleanliness, Sam Unit, murder the competition! Did you know the smoke from high society cigarettes is 10.07% more likely to leave odor and discoloration in fabrics than other leading brands? Sam's Special Inspector add-on includes a magnifying glass to sleuth out the germs and parasites that other cleaning products leave behind.
Well, I'm glad he's in the spirit of investigation.
When it comes to on-the-go cleanliness, Sam Unit, murder the competition.
Do you think it's strange that I kinda miss Ada? You think June Light would like this place? Oh, probably not. I don't think she cares much for corporate comforts. There's no room service, right? Just asking.
I'm sure there is. We could probably arrange something.
Everything's so soft and silky and expensive. Oh gosh, I hope I don't get any grease stains on the furniture. Do you think it's strange that I kinda miss Ada?
Hi, Felix.
So this is what a clean room smells like.
Huh.
Is this how people in Byzantium live all the time? This room ain't so bad. I could get used to this. This room ain't so bad. I could get used to this. So this is what a clean room smells like.
There's a workbench. Be nice if we could get a vending machine. Cigarettes and open cans. Rolls, it might be easier to catch up with you separately. Because I don't know if the doctor's questions are going to be the same as yours. It's possible that they might, but as much as the basics are similar for everybody when it comes to streaming, everybody also has a slightly different setup and different equipment to work with. So I would recommend, Rolls, that you catch up with me individually so that we can talk about things in a way that's a little bit more personal and a little bit more tailored toward your equipment and your setup, and also toward what you're going to be streaming. Because the broadcaster is just as much of a unique factor as the equipment, if not more of one.
Eridanos is a technological marvel, and they use it as a tourist destination to sell sweets and alcohol. The opulence of this place is stifling. The longer we stay here, the more I can feel my mind softening. Cereals are used by the board to control what the colonists think about reality. Quite a powerful thing. I sometimes find myself musing on who I used to think I was. It seems ridiculous in hindsight, but without my obsession, I never would have reached this point.
He ain't wrong.
Cereals are used by the board to control what the colonists think about reality. Quite a powerful thing.
Well, Rolls, I appreciate your consideration, but I would like to help if I possibly can. It's just that I think I would be best able to help on a more individual basis. Wow.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
No kidding. This is all of Helen's stuff, I guess. Thinking Caplet. Ardenoram, Elixir, Adreno. Jesus. What the hell happened in here?
Helen, where did we go wrong? Oh, Lo, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for... Helen, I love you. I love you so much.
Interesting. Personal terminal guest advisories. Your safety is your responsibility. In light of recent unfortunate events regarding the passing of a beloved cultural icon, we at the Grand Colonial have doubled the number of armed guards for only a small security surcharge. Surcharge non-refundable. The Grand Colonial is not responsible for death or dismemberment that occurs off hotel grounds. Well, that's really hospitable. Voice or text, whatever suits you, Rolls. I'm not particular. Let's see. From Administrator Ludovico. Ms. Helen, thank you for choosing the Eridanos Atmospheric Complex as the site of your next publicity and marketing campaign. By endorsing the Spectrum Brown product, you're allying yourself with a revolution in the leisure beverage market. Indeed, in the culture of Halcyon itself. We're going to change the world together. Disappointed. Helen, I don't understand why you and I must be enemies. Are we not both branches on the same tree of privilege? You command audiences with your masterly performances on the Aetherwave, and I command the attention of our corporate leaders. We're both cultural icons with a responsibility to set a good example. I'm disappointed to discover you berated my seminars publicly and on official records. I take particular umbrage in your characterization of my most recent seminar, spearheading your project, How to Motivate Your Workforce Using Ancient Weaponry, as a, and I quote, nonsensical vanity project from a dyed-in-the-wool buffoon. These are fighting words. Expect to hear from my personal auditors soon. Sincerely, Profitability, P.O. Money can't buy happiness, and other lies we tell ourselves. Ah. Whoops. Oh, come on. From Kincannon, free advice. Ms. Bellamy, you're a talented actor. I've enjoyed all your roles across the years. I'm especially fond of your performance in Terran Monarch. Ludovico doesn't appreciate the serials. Maybe that's why he never knows when he's being played. He still thinks you're there to endorse Spectrum Brown. Your performance has him fooled. I have a feeling I know what you're up to. It's always a little disappointing when the audience is a few steps ahead of the plot. best, Cedric. Huh. So she had some ulterior motive for being here. Hey, Venny, welcome. Better late than never. And what's this deleted message? From unknown client to Ruth Bellamy. Decryption error, corrupted, displaying recovered data. Knows the truth. Please hurry. Don't know how much longer I can keep. Uh-oh. So, Kincannon was on to her, whatever she was intending to do, so chances are he was involved in the plot somehow. Interesting. Oh, and she had wigs. Castration pill. Tough salve. Earrings. So something was afoot here. Something more was going on. Alright, well, let's see about this discrepancy.
The imprint left inside this suitcase matches the silhouette of Halcyon Helen's iconic handgun, the Needler. The weapon was recently removed.
Huh. So either she or somebody else went for the weapon in a hurry.
Inspector, I understand you've visited the scene of the crime. Halcyon Helen was an important cultural icon. She will be sorely missed.
I still don't know why you hired me. I'm usually causing murders, not solving them.
I will be plain with you. I'd prefer not having to hire you at all. This matter should be resolved by Rizzo's security. But Cedric owns the land complexes, so we have a jurisdiction problem. Constable Keene encouraged us to hire a third-party freelancer. Right now, you're the best chance we have at resolving this incident and getting on with our affairs.
Relax. I've been solving problems for two idiots who don't get along ever since Emerald Vale.
I see. Well, I appreciate your candor. Yes, let's go with that. Back to the matter at hand. Tell me about your investigation.
Oh, very good rolls. Excellent. Which ones did you order again? I've got a lead. I can't tell you why, but I need access to the orchards.
Your discretion is appreciated. I admit, I'm beginning to feel more confident in this arrangement. Here, I'm granting you access through the gates to the orchards. You're officially authorized to see this investigation through to the end. There is one caveat. Cedric's being rather intransigent about letting you into the spaceport. Possibly he's trying to hide something. Possibly he wants to annoy me. Possibly both.
So he locks his doors the moment an investigator arrives. Not the least bit suspicious.
I agree with the sentiment behind your snide remark. Unfortunately, the Piraeus spaceport is Cedric's purview, not mine. You have a lead to chase. Law speed, Inspector.
Guess I'll be back.
Inspector?
Oh, that's it. Okay. Well then. Sealed? What? Oh, right.
Hi there, Inspector. It might be a little beyond my job description to ask, but at my heart, I'm still a bellhop. Was the suite to your liking?
I didn't even know they made hotel rooms that large. It was I'll humor her. She seems nice.
Good. I'm glad. Now, I'd love to bring you to a floor of your choosing.
Let's exit the Grand Colonial. And actually, yeah, this is fine. Workplace malaise is moral bankruptcy. Happy workers lead to happy customers are repeat customers. Morale improvement program. Don't be you, be better. Hey, Nightshade, welcome! Let's see rolls. Lapsang Souchong, Darjeeling, Vanilla Black, Formosa Oolong, and Earl Grey Supreme. Ah, you're going to really like the Earl Grey Supreme rolls. That's actually what I have today. And their Earl Grey Supreme, it has the most bergamot in it of any of the Earl Grey variants they sell, which isn't for everyone. If you only like a little bit of citrus, then some of their less expensive Earl Greys might be better. But the Earl Grey Supreme has a very large amount of bergamot in it, which is nice, I think, because basically it's a nice black tea with the citrus already added to it for you. And they also use some silver tip in that one. Oh, you've had it before as well. Excellent, Nightshade. Well, there's another recommendation for you, Rolls. Oh, then you'll like the Lapsang Souchong rolls. In fact, what I recommend you do is once you've had a chance to taste the Earl Grey by itself, I recommend you you make a teapot full of Earl Grey, like 5 scoops of Earl Grey, and then just add 1 scoop of Lapsang Souchong. Vec Machine, you mean the armor with the best stats? Yes, you'd better believe I am. You kind of have to on max difficulty, Vec Machine, because otherwise you just get slaughtered. And even then, sometimes you just get slaughtered. Yeah, Rolls, that's why I ordered a pound bag of the hojicha last time I got it. I actually, when I was in America the last time, which was almost exactly a year ago now for PAX East, I picked up another 1 pound bag, so I ended up with 2 pounds of hojicha. And I've been going through quite a lot of it lately, but I've switched over to Earl Grey today because I wanted a little bit of a change finally. But hojicha is inexpensive enough that you can buy it by the pound and it still won't break the bank. And the stuff that you get from Harney is good quality stuff, so... Sometimes it makes more sense to buy it in bulk. They do, Rolls. The ground hojicha is really interesting because they basically treat it like matcha, where you prepare it in the same way. You prepare it by mixing the powder directly in with the water, and so you consume the entire leaf rather than just steeping it and extracting the volatile compounds from it, as you do with most other types of tea. So it's basically a roasted matcha product. So if you enjoy matcha, you'd probably enjoy the ground hojicha as well. Georgia! Hey, welcome! Georgia, thank you so much for stopping in. It's so good to see you. Yeah, Binary Fireball, that's why I always get my tea from tea shops. Because you get a good look at exactly what you're buying, and you get to choose. Guys, somebody here needs a shout-out. This young lady right here, I met her a few days ago under some somewhat unusual circumstances, but I'm very happy that I did. She is a Twitch broadcaster like myself. Started very recently, I gather, within about a year or so. And she is a variety streamer, and just an absolutely unbelievably sweet and lovely individual. Incredibly kind and welcoming and friendly and just super, super adorable. Head on over and leave her a follow. Please, do yourselves a favor and check her out. She's great. Very well, thank you, Georgia. A little bit tired, but other than that, I'm very happy that Obsidian came to my rescue and threw me a code for this so that I actually had something to stream today. How about you, Georgia? How are you doing? I hope you've had a little bit of time to relax since getting home from work. I hope all is well for you. So this game is called The Outer Worlds. It's by the same developers that made the original Fallout games, and it has the same quality of writing, which is to say, very, very good quality writing. A bit of a chill day, that's good. It's always nice to have a slower day when you can take things at a more relaxed pace and not have to pressure yourself so much, or be pressured by others so much. I'm glad to hear that, Georgia. Welcome, it's so nice to see you. Well, now is your opportunity to make yourself comfortable and kick back with a hot beverage or a cold one. I'm not sure what the temperatures are like over in the UK nowadays, but whatever suits the weather. I am just working on solving a Scooby-Doo sort of a mystery here. The premise of this game is that it is set in a rather dystopian corporatocracy in a distant star system that was settled by Earth in the far future. And we are now exploring a production facility on a series of floating rocks in the upper atmosphere of a gas giant in this star system and attempting to solve a murder. Yeah, the UK has a reputation for rainy weather, Georgia, but I'm glad you guys got a little bit of sun today. It is important to get out and get some sunlight. And I'm a huge hypocrite for saying that because I prefer to stay indoors most of the time. But even I appreciate fresh air and sunshine sometimes. My viewers are going to laugh at me. They don't believe me when I say that. But... Oh, strawberry lemonade. Very good, Dark Side. Yeah, Georgia, I'm lucky enough to be able to work from home. So for me, the only time I really go out is to buy groceries or run errands. Right, I think we were supposed to investigate the pool, weren't we? We should... Yes, okay. There is a clue.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
What is this?
Analysis reveals the chemical signature of this compound is 80% semblant of fertilizer used in the purpleberry orchards. The other 20% is semblant of pool water.
Fertilizer from the purpleberry orchards? Right, is there anything else around here that resembles a clue? Ah, yeah, see, Dark Side. For me, I enjoy staying in any day of the week. I mean, I'm perfectly happy to go out if I'm running an errand or something on a nice day, or even a rainy day. I like rainy days, too. There's just something really calming and relaxing about rain. What have we here?
Rizzo's Purpleberry Budge. A soft, sour candy shell around a sweet purpleberry flavored center. Suck it, chew it, you can do it.
Wow. Alright.
Hold of anyone in the orchards, I can't make sure of that, can I?
No, Miss Vargas. Sorry, I'll work on getting a hold of someone.
Great, you do that. I'll be waiting right here.
Lily Vargas, have we met her before? That name sounds familiar.
Swear to the architect, Matthias, if you've lost your rifle's ionization coil again. Oh, wait, you ain't part of my crew. What do you want?
Are you okay? You seem a little bit uptight.
Tightly wound? Tightly wound? Damn right, I'm fine. I'm going to my calm place, where there's peace and quiet, and none of my sprat fucking subordinates can bother me. On behalf of Slug, I'd like to apologize for that outburst, as well as all of my future outbursts. Yes, I'm a little wound up. You would be too. Between the landing pad, lockdowns, gate closures, and constant questions from angry guests, I've got a lot on my plate. And if that don't beat all, one of my crew is AWOL.
A missing person? I'm actually an inspector. I could... Is it Matthias?
I wish. Matthias is about as useful as a manta queen in a saltuna cannery. Wouldn't give a damn if he were lost. Frankly, he'd be doing me a favor.
A missing person, yeah.
If you're serious, I'd appreciate the help. He's been missing a few days, and we're low on staff as it is.
Few days? Why'd you wait till now to search for him?
It's not exactly uncommon for slug agents to go on the odd bender. They'll pick a place they think I don't know about and hunker down. Usually I don't bother with the discipline and paperwork. Gotta pick your battles. Thing is, they usually resurface within 24 hours, or at least yell for medical help. This guy, not a peep.
Okay, what do I need to know?
The missing crew member's Evan O'Connell. He's one of about 2 slug agents I can trust with more complex tasks than stand here and look tough. Friendly type. Well-behaved, followed orders. Anyone else, I'd think they got drunk and fell asleep in a ditch somewhere, but O'Connell's not really the type. He was last stationed at the Wilderness Checkpoint. I'd search there first.
Ah, gotcha, Darkside. This always seems to come up every time someone broaches a subject, but I know that there are a lot of people who are more comfortable going into an office to work rather than working from home. And I know there are a great many reasons for that. I can appreciate it from a distance, but for me personally, since I actually do better without a lot of structure than with it, I don't think I could handle, at this point, having to go back into the office. I've gotten so used to working from home. It's so nice to not have to spend the time commuting and to be able to finish my daily quota at my own pace and from the comfort of my own home. You know, my own office, my own facilities, not having to deal with other people. Just being able to make a nice hot beverage or a cool beverage. But this time of year, it's almost invariably tea. And just get my work done in peace and quiet with nobody breathing down my neck. Boy, it's nice. Alright, so... a momentary taste of purpleberry? Purpleberry Orchards finds some insight into who would have wanted her dead. Okay, side quest. Strange disappearance of a watchman. Exactly, Echo Drop, exactly. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Rolls. That is unfortunate. Well, maybe sometime in the future they'll change their mind about that, Rolls, and they'll let you guys work from home again. Yeah, Agony of Fire. Funny thing, huh? It's so much nicer and so much easier to be productive when you don't have to spend all that time during a commute. When you can use it to take a break from work and stretch your legs and have a proper lunch that isn't 25 minutes long. Oh, that's what it's about, Rolls. Okay. Yeah, I used to work at a place like that. They got so bad that ended up being one of the reasons I left. That's really unfortunate, Rolls. Yeah, the sketchy micromanaging is pretty rotten, pretty horrible. Oh, that's all considered stealing. Great, well...
Company gives us a discount on Spectrum Brown.
Alright, oh, it's bringing us this way? Okay.
I hope the murderer is caught.
Rizzo's Lemon Slap. Slap your whole family tonight.
That is true, Zyric. If you're the sort of person who listens to music while you work. What the? What? What just happened?
This one's mine.
Oh. Okay. We got incoming.
Let's just go, Captain, quick!
Let's go, Cap!
Cover and hold them! Let's go out.
Raptophobia. Repeated encounters with Raptidons has lessened your effectiveness. 1 perk point. No, thank you.
Bring Raptidons up here. Don't this hotel have a policy on animals? Great work.
Heaven's Trail. Evan, remember, cards tonight. If you don't show, I'll set a Raptidon loose in here with you. I'm kidding, but don't forget, you hear? I need help knocking B down a rung or 3. She's had me writing field reports for her all week. Botanical Operations Building. Cards tonight. Fritz. Well, Rolls, maybe it's time to think about a change of location. Well, rip that poor guest. I didn't see what was going on in time to save them.
Have you seen the profit of profitability of late?
No, I'm afraid I haven't. Why do you ask?
I was looking forward to attending her seminar. The ins and outs of office doors, walking through the gateway to success. But no one's seen her.
Oh. Well, that does sound like an interesting talk. If you do run into her, sign me up as well, won't you?
Yeah, Rolls, it is a very significant decision. Just bear in mind that sometimes, even though it's a large decision, it can end up being one of the best things you ever did for yourself. Okay, so we've been down there. So I know where this is. Slug employee schedule. Under Crew C, Purpleberry Orchards, and Connector Complex, someone has scratched out a name and replaced it with Evan O'Connell's. Investigate the complex between the hotel and the orchards. Yeah, Echo Drop, that's one of the best ways things could work out, is as long as they know they can count on you to work independently and fulfill your designated responsibilities in a timely manner, they leave you alone and let you do it as best you know how. That's an ideal job for me. It's one of the reasons I like Twitch so much, is I don't have anyone breathing down my neck. I'm responsible for myself. And I don't have anybody else that I have to cater to or accommodate. That ought to do. Well, Rolls, good luck with that decision when the time comes to make it. I'm sure when you're ready, you'll find some place that works well and where you get treated better at work. Nah, Valyard, I wouldn't say you're the weird one. I would just say that you're one of the people who typically have already had things working out for them all this time, and who are now the ones who've had circumstances flipped on them due to the pandemic. So it's just a little bit of turnabout. I wouldn't say that you're weird. Because there are lots of people who miss going out. I think it's a normal thing to have been accustomed to being able to go be around people in social situations and to suddenly not be able to do that for a year. It can really wear on the emotional and mental health. I get that. Twilight, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Holy cow. More than 5 years continuously. That's incredible, Twilight. Jeez. Yeah, Venny, exactly. Exactly. Long time, Agony. I think 61 months is the amount of time I've been streaming on Twitch. That seems about right. I want to say it's about 5 or 6 years. There we go. Ah, well, whatever. Didn't look like there was anything important up there anyway. Man, this right here feels like a Dark Souls 2 situation. Part of me is worried that there's a dragon that's going to just show up and land on the bridge and knock it down. What the heck is with these cases with holes in them? Were they bringing animals over here?
Handled beautifully.
Alright, well, let's see what's up top first. Oh, it's a landing pad.
Huh?
Gonna
Incoming!
What? Marauders? What are you idiots doing here? Huh. This is not where I would have expected to find marauders. So I guess Adrena Time found its way out here somewhere too. Hello, Lore Masher. Twilight, that's incredible. Well, I think I ended up being partnered about a week or two after I moved over from YouTube. So then you would have been around for pretty much the entire time, Twilight. That's astonishing. Thank you so much for sticking with me for all that time, Twilight. That's incredible. I really appreciate that.
Oh, clever.
Yeah, right, Echo Drop. Mixer. Nice. Security Officer Danvers. Well. Looks like he ate it.
Security Officer Danvers, nightly report number 27. No sign of trouble, but I'm on the lookout. If it's out there, I'll find it. Wait, I think I see someone. Approaching now. Excuse me, sir or madam. I require your participation in my nightly security report.
Huh. Well, somebody murdered him. Also, there's purple stuff everywhere. Huh, well, this is now a serial murder. Frigidariator? That's a new one. An actor complex maintenance terminal keycard.
You're a deft hand with a mag pick.
Interesting. Let's see what it is. Frigidariator, 618 DPS. Long guns. 31. Dactosite. Armor damage dealt plus 15%. This gun is the answer to the question, what happens if you add engine coolant to a plasma carbine? Okay.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Okay. There's one up there. There's one here.
The garb on this security guard identifies him as a member of the Rizzo's corporation. His rank would have been that of Jawbreaker or higher. This security guard has experienced premature expiration. Evidence strongly suggests a conflict with Marauders.
Okay. Search his pockets. You find 3 bits and a half-eaten Rizzo's Purpleberry Crunch. At least he's left this world happy. Well, time to literally press F. Probably pretty terrible, Lore Masher. Considering my channel pulls in next to no ad revenue. All right.
Death removes that which we worked
Whoa.
so hard to create in life, a shell to protect us from pain. But it is this shell, this self, that is the cause of all our suffering. He is now free.
Wow, that background there. Definitely not intended. Well, Echo Drop, I mean, the fact of the matter is, you guys aren't hurting me by using ad blockers, because I get nothing out of ad revenue anyway. So, I have no incentive to try to stop you guys from blocking ads. Twitch's ads have already gotten so aggressive. They're just really, really invasive and obtrusive, and the worse Twitch gets about them, the more they hurt the experience. So...
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
So, no, I have zero incentive to try to stop people from using ad blockers, and I couldn't even if I wanted to.
This card also expired prematurely, following a violent encounter with Marauders.
Lore Masher, users pay more like 20 to 45% more for bits. It depends how many you buy at a time, but bits are just a terrible deal. You basically pay, I think it's like $25 or $30 extra to donate $100 to the broadcaster. If you're going to do that, why not just make a donation to the broadcaster and just spend the $100 and know that it goes to the broadcaster? The only other form of supporting a streamer that I feel like you can really make a good case for is subs. Because with subs, you get the emotes. You can gift subs to someone else and give someone else the emotes and potentially make someone else happy, which is good. But other than donations and subs, I mean, I guess stuff that's maybe more channel specific, like merch, that sort of thing, I would kind of equate with subs, but other than subs and donations, everything else is just Twitch trying to skim money off of content creators already fairly heavily scraped earnings.
Hey, Crew C. It's Amelia. Evan must have gotten into the Spectrum in these crates. Listen to this.
Come out! Come out to play!
Law, he's having a grand old time. I'm gonna take him to A2 under the hotel so he can sleep it off. I'll meet you back at the orchard straight after. See you soon. Evan, come on, you slackwit.
Okay, so Evan drank something. Light machine gun Mark III. Okay, so not only were there marauders around, but
timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
yeah, okay.
This card also expired prematurely, following a violent encounter with marauders.
Ah, Adrena time. Okay. So, I guess some Adrena time did find its way here. And I guess that's how they ended up with marauders on the prowl. Hey, Chorkley! Now there's a username I haven't seen since YouTube. How are you doing? Did you just create that account? I think this is maybe the first time I've seen you stop in here outside of YouTube. Good to see you, Chorkley. How are you doing? Oh, very good. I'm glad you're well. And I appreciate you stopping in. Weapons everywhere. Adrena time everywhere. Oh, fair enough, Chorkley. Yeah, a degree in law is not an easy pursuit, even if you are enjoying it. And I could certainly understand how it would take up the vast majority of your time. What have we here? Oh, Black Wolf, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Chorkley. Really appreciate that. Oh, this looks like Yule. Well, wait a minute then. Why were there canisters of this stuff in the, Oh, probably because it was fuel for the lantern in there. Oh, wait, no, that's not. Huh, okay. Ha! 17 to far too old. Chorkley, it's funny you say that, because I have quite a few viewers, and even some who have become friends that I communicate with on a regular basis, who have told me that they started watching my channel when they were 13, 14, 15, 16, and now they've graduated college, and some of them even have kids. You want to talk about making me feel old? That's a good way to do it.
You don't know how grateful I am to the morale improvement program. It changed my life.
Alright, we are looking for... what now?
Rizzo Spectrum Vodka. Aftertaste the rainbow.
Aftertaste the rainbow? Wow. That was a fair while ago too, Agony. That was what, 2014, I think? So a good 7 years. Yeah, of course, through Marcus. That makes sense. Yeah, Ghost Mutton, the time really does fly. What the... Okay, how on earth would we get down there?
Aha! Always so nice to hear you and...
Okay, so hang on. I got a key card. Connector Complex Maintenance Terminal key card. Grants access to the maintenance terminal on the connector complex between Purpleberry Orchards and the Grand Colonial Hotel. Oh yeah, Chorkley, that discussion has been had to the point of not just beating a dead horse, but the horse is a skeleton. And people are beating the skeleton of the horse with its own bones at this point. Yeah, Ned, I remember your username from way back. Okay, this is for the maintenance terminal on the connector complex. So it doesn't do anything to help us get downstairs. Which begs the question. Oh? Okay. This door was closed before. I guess we can just go down.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Chef Anwar, huh?
Terribly sorry, but I can't chat just now. Someone on the second VIP level just ordered 15 canid meat pies, and if I don't get to it now, it'll be my head.
I'm an inspector. I've got some questions to ask you about Halcyon Helen's murder.
I understand your devotion to your job. Really, I do. And I hope you'll understand mine. Things might change if you had something very particular to talk to me about, but I'm afraid I'm just too busy to talk right now. I'd be delighted to chat with you later. I'm so behind. I'm sorry, I still can't talk idly right now. Come back if you have something very important you need to discuss.
All right, then.
Analysis of this stovetop reveals an alarming degree of grease buildup, approximating proximity to volatile gases and chemicals. Chances of an explosive combustion upon next use currently at 92.9%.
Turn the stove on. This seems like a workplace hazard. How hasn't Slug caught this?
Searching Slug work logs. No work log found. Creating conjecture. Slug has likely not fixed this issue due to a lack of responsibility on the part of their employees.
Is this normal?
Most corporations have regular cleaning procedures to prevent damage to company property. Slug, already unlike most corporations in a variety of ways, does not. That or the employees tasked with inspecting are shirking their duties. For shame.
Oh, man. You know, I'm tempted to turn the stove on, but...
I'm so behind. I'm sorry, I still can't talk idly right now. Come back if you have something very important you need to discuss.
I'm afraid if I were to turn the stove on, it would kill the chef, and we do not need to cause any more deaths around here. We're already in the middle of investigating at least 4 or 5. All right, well, I guess he has nothing else for us at the moment, so... let us check downstairs. What appears to be going on here?
No, I'm sorry. We don't serve any drinks with those tiny umbrellas.
Okay, nothing.
Something mighty strange went on earlier.
What happened? Norval get his cap stuck in the toilet again?
Not today. I was carrying a bag up to the second VIP guest floor earlier. Even for our guests, it was spectacularly heavy.
Wow, exciting.
I wasn't finished. I took a bad step and dropped it. Know what spilled out? Rocks. Whoever owned it was just making me carry it around for fun.
Wow.
Sublight Underground appreciates your patronage.
Hefty grade face mask. Termination +5, huh? What's this? Notice of promotion. Congratulations, employee and/or addressee. You have been rewarded 1 free tour of the Rizzo's Distillation and Libation Station as a reward for logging at least 10,000 hours of service to the Rizzo's family. As you take your first sip of your choice of Rizzo Spectrum vodka, remember to take a moment to experience gratitude. Jeez. Engineer job posting. Attention, the Grand Colonial Hotel is now seeking a new volunteer engineer? Elevator maintenance, electrical engineering, civil engineering, computer engineering, quantum engineering, knowing when to keep problems to yourself. Each one of those is a separate degree. The employee who accepts this position will be expected to carry out their existing duties at the hotel for no additional payment. Right. Talk to your supervisor if interested during your 15-minute break. And don't forget, with more hours logged each week, the closer you get to winning the free tour. Wow.
You, hear about the murder?
How the hell could I not have heard about it? We couldn't even leave our rooms earlier while security was sweeping for evidence.
Well, maybe you were asleep?
Since management started issuing mandatory caffeinoid supplements, I haven't been able to sleep. It's making it hard to tolerate small talk.
Mandatory stimulants for your employees. Jesus H. Christ. Risu, welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. What have we here? Room B1 keycard, huh? Key to the room in the employees' quarters section of the Grand Colonial. Made out of painted cardboard, so much for security.
Great work.
And this puts us... where exactly? Oh, in here. Okay.
Me, oh my, how exciting to see you again. This truly has been a day to end all days. I could die happy. Anything you'd like?
A year before Dark Souls 1 came out. Wow, Twilight. It's been that long? That is truly incredible. So that would have been almost since the beginning of my career as a content creator. That would have been 2010-ish. Oh, a vacation! Excellent, Twilight! I really hope you enjoy your vacation. If you don't mind my asking, what sort of vacation? Are you going to the beach? To a casino?
Can't imagine what it must be like. Living down here like sprats in a wall.
Funny she says that because I hear sprats. Okay, we had a key to room B1, I think. Demon Souls, Venny! What the? Parasite spawnling.
I have your back, Doctor.
Wait, what? What did... Don't you run away from me.
Like this! That's one battle done. We are victorious.
Huh.
Here they come!
Not that good.
Wow, alright. Yeah, man, the conditions down here are garbage. Ah, Little Rock, to relax in the mountains. Excellent, Twilight. I'm so glad that the two of you actually get to do some semblance of honeymoon now that things are finally starting to calm down a little.
That's what it's done for.
What's this? Engineering terminal. Welcome Armots. Access messages. Notice of termination. To Armots from Grand Colonial Hotel Management. Robert, this is to inform you that tampering with hotel property is unacceptable. You are not authorized to repair the malfunctioning time clock. I know you were eager to avail yourself of Rizzo's free tour in exchange for 10,000 hours on the clock, but you've forgotten where your loyalties lie. By accepting that free tour, you would have unwittingly agreed to become part of the Rizzo's family. You're Slug, not Rizzo's. Or rather, you were Slug. I'm disappointed in you, Robert. Consider this message your termination notice, effective upon receipt. Access door controls. You've accessed the Rob Mott's personal minimal effort door control protocol. If you're reading this message and you are not Bob Mott's, exit the console immediately and do not enter my personal quarters. Unlock room C2. Room C2, huh? Well, one thing at a time. B1 was what we got the card for. Thunderclap? Alright. So it looks like this was being used as storage. And then... this wall panel has been removed. Judging by the scorch marks on the sides and the blowtorch abandoned on the floor, its removal does not conform to company guidelines. Oh, thank you, Twilight. Hello to her as well. I imagine she's the one who's driving. If you're sitting here talking in chat and relaying messages from her. At least I hope that's the case. Oh, we could have gotten in there anyway through the... okay. And I wonder why. What in here would have been so important? It looks like all that was stored in here was the marketing and promotional materials for Spectrum Brown. Alright, what did we say? Room C2. Oh, okay, Twilight. Gotcha. In that case, Twilight, drive safely, and please take care of yourself and your wife, and have a great vacation. I'm always happy to have you stop in if you have an opportunity and decide to take a rest break again. Engineer's final note, to whom it may or may not concern. I don't understand why I deserve to be terminated. I was your engineer. I fixed things. Your time clock was malfunctioning. You were logging 1 hour for every 10 I put in. How is that oh, they were cheating their employees deliberately, and when he fixed it, they were not happy. And yeah, I admit it, I wanted that free tour of the distillery. I put in my 10,000 hours, and I deserve to wet my throat with a little Spectrum Violet. I didn't know accepting that free tour meant I'd join the Rizzo's family. You know I can't read fine print ever since that welding accident. I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. Catch a freighter back to the Groundbreaker? Sublight won't pick me up. So I guess that means I'm going to go talk to Mr. Ludovico, hat in hand, and beg him to employ me. Sorry, I take that back. I won't have my hat in my hand. I turned that in with the rest of my personals. It was a stupid hat anyway. Mott's. Damn. Oh no, Agony, I'm sorry to hear that. Agony, I hope that whatever plans you had, you at least got a refund on, and I would encourage you not to give up on it. Just keep chipping away, keep saving up a little bit at a time, and you will get there. Alright, we've got a dead guest. Sprat of unusual size, SOS. No, SOUS. Hey. He's not hostile. He is, however, purple. Sprat of unusual size. Sprats are voracious omnivores and are known to occasionally attack humans if there are enough sprats to swarm. Smells faintly of rotten spratwurst. Yeah, I wonder why. 33,800 health. Level 35. I mean, he's not bothering anyone. Except for these two people he appears to have brutally murdered. Oh, Section 8, no, that's just generic description text. It says that about all sprats. Also, that's quite a painting. Also, hello, Section 8. It's been a while. Are you doing okay? I hope that you've been managing to stay safe and everything. Oh, okay, and this looks like a... Oh, this could be a one-way mirror, maybe. Alright, well, you know what? Section 8, how could I forget? I have a pretty good memory for people who stop in more than once. Especially people who've been viewers for a long time. Alright, I wonder if it'll be worth killing him, but...
Here we go!
Wow! Okay, yeah, that thing is no joke.
I'll keep quiet.
Oh, hi, Alapex.
Okay, here we go!
I just need to be a little bit smarter about how I handle this. There we go. Sprat hide, cigarette lighter, necklace, reactive, kinematic shield projector. Oh, these guys... I forgot, I gave them N-ray weapons. Venny, that's actually not the problem, but ironically you weren't terribly far off. The problem was having two allies that are using radioactive weapons creates a dead enemy that is emitting radiation and damaging you. What have we here? I'm trapped in room A3. Please someone help me. A3, huh?
I'm feeling weak. Please just open the door. I'm not sure how much longer I'll make it.
This door does not open, so I'm guessing we have to go in through A4. Or possibly through B3. Ah, or through here. Looks like somebody was a pretty big fan of the chairman. Half-eaten bellhop. Burst ambulation cap? Movement speed during TTD plus 110%. Tactical time dilation reach... Wow. Whoever said time waits for no one hasn't met you.
I'm trapped in room A3. Please, someone come help me. I'm feeling weak. Please just open the door. And I'm not sure how much longer I'll make it. The door is stuck. And I know I need to write a service request, but I can't get it under the door. Is anyone there?
Oh. Okay. Whom it may concern, please consider this note as a service request to fix A3's faulty door. I deeply apologize for not following proper protocols with this informal request, but my terminal is broken. Too broken to submit a service request form to fix it. I normally would never thumb my nose at our standard operating procedures, but I've been stuck in my room for several days now, and I believe I will likely starve to death quite soon. Well, I hope to hear from someone soon in regards to processing this urgent request. Thank you. Wow. Examine? Gnawed arm. Trace amounts of sprat saliva on this current stump. Former arm indicate the starving bellhop fed the starving creatures with her flesh. It's a shame she was unwilling to eat herself first. Jesus. Yeah, let's leave this room and never come back. Alapex, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give you a flaccid greeting. It's just that there was really bleak stuff going on, and it was really bleak. Alapex, how are you doing? It is good to see you. I sincerely hope that you have been safe and well. And I must say, I have been wondering what you've been up to. Work, I figured as much. I hope that work hasn't been too stressful at the very least.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Is that so? Lots of... Yeah, at this point, Alapex, it's either feast or famine. Oh, and then in the very next room across from that, there are tons of frozen dinners. That poor bellhop.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Alright, what do we have here? Handwritten note. I have eaten the purple berries which were in the refrigerator and which you were probably saving for breakfast. They were awful. Huh. Again, Alapex? Didn't that already happen once last year?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Or is it the same incident you're talking about?
This collection of frozen food has not been restocked in some time. Many of these items are not available in the Grand Colonial, and must have been brought in from outside. The fridge was transported here from one of the guest bedrooms upstairs.
Jesus Christ, Alapex. That poor woman needs a little bit better security from the sounds of things. Not to mention, some more serious changes seem to be in order. Alapex, you know that's not an excuse. Doesn't matter how somebody looks. You just don't treat people that way. You know, you don't do that. But some people think they can get away with it because they're in positions of power or influence. Either way, Alapex, I'm really sorry to hear about that. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you in the least. Okay, Agony, take care! Have a good one. Thank you so much for stopping in. We'll catch you next time.
I was a few minutes late with room service earlier today. Guest I was trying to serve shot at me with a revolver. I left the drink and ran.
Jesus.
Something like that happened to me once. Hammersmith exec called me up to her room, saying she needed help with something.
Yeah?
Turned out what she needed help with was testing a new Hammersmith heavy machine gun. She technically shot around me instead of at me, but it was still pretty surprising.
These poor hotel staff. Out of order. Workplace injuries affect our bottom line. The Grand Colonial Hotel service elevator out of order and will be for the foreseeable future. Please use the stairs to transport all equipment to and from the employee quarters until further notice. Additional liniments will be dispensed for those whose back pain becomes too severe to continue providing the impeccable service our hotel is known for. Wow, so just take more medication if you throw out your back.
Wow! I haven't felt this great in ages. I wonder what happened. Sublight Underground appreciates your patronage.
And it sounds like they are giving the service staff some sort of drugs. Some sort of stimulants, maybe. Doesn't look like there's anything interesting in the kitchen. Terror ray beak. Yuck, who eats that crap?
Get anything good for lunch?
Pea-free nut butter and jelly-free jam on premature bread. Tastes like nothing.
Looks like you win this round. I couldn't afford lunch, so I caught a sprat lurking around crew quarters. Bony, but it's something.
Jesus.
You know those things eat garbage, right?
Good point. I'll try that next if I can't catch any more sprats.
Sheesh. Man, they really are doubling down on the bleakness of this, this corporate environment. Oh, I see what's going on, Alapex. So they're not asserting the privileges of their station.
Oh my law! There's a mosquito in my sandwich.
Whoa, are you alright? You get stung?
Nah, I noticed it before I bit into it. It's dead, thankfully. Still, though, that was... Why are you looking at me like that?
I mean, are you gonna eat the mosquito or not? If not, I mean, I finished my sprat. Just saying.
Wow. Venny, this is, in some ways, almost more bleak than space Fallout. Yeah, Alapex, so I guess what you're implying there is that by trying their best to live like commoners, they're out and about walking around without security, I'm guessing, and, therefore, they don't have sufficient protection to keep the poor girl from having stuff like that happen to her. Just unforgivable, that. Out of order notice. Please excuse our mess. We're working hard to remove all of the valuable treasures our valued guests have misplaced into our pipes. Per usual, items recovered from the sewage inhaler... Sewage inhaler? Will be auctioned off at the start of the month to employees of the Grand Colonial Hotel. Note that sanitation materials will be auctioned off as well. Happy hunting. Jesus.
Hey, that's against regulation!
Oh.
What do you think?
Gee, I'm sorry. When was the last time? Oh, okay. 8:26. That's fine then. So, Alapex, I take it that has something to do with why work has been so busy for you. So you're providing a, what, a plainclothes military escort? Is that it? Alright, let me make sure we've checked everything. Holy. This pile of cartridges contains the IDs of Halcyon Helen's sidekicks who were killed, mortally wounded, mulched, melted, torn to ribbons, decapitated, or turned into mechanicals in the line of duty or otherwise identified post-mortem. Typhon Tim, Olympus Opal, Terra 2 Terry, Sparks the Wonder Canid, Burbage's 1900 through 1999, Bolt Vanderluge, Eridanos Eve, Inconsequential Groundbreaker Maintenance Worker number 13B9, Caleb Bison, the Broker with 4 broken limbs, Halifax, the entire 26th season of the Tile Blockers, ID Blackened Beyond Individual Recognition, Stakeout Steve, Dirk Tenderly. Gotcha, Alapex. It's a sad world where that needs to happen, but... it's better to have the security than, not to have it at all. Uh-oh. I can't see what it says on Spencer Woolrich's face, but there is some sketchy stuff going on in this room. This is, Spectacular and Thrilling and Great Adventures of Elaine Norville and Halcyon... oh, no. Oh, no. Because the ever-resolute Lord Bellhop Elaine Norville had brought his automatic Spacer's Choice auto pistol, now with added explosive ammo, which he held in his big muscular hands. The gigantic horde of rabid canids was all... oh. Oh no, this is a Page-esque Sonic fanfic. Oh god. Oh no. Well, it seems as though Bellhop Norwell had more than just an unhealthy obsession. It seems as though he ended up with her gun. Which is missing from the suitcase in her room.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh, is that so? In the room, probably. Room A2 keycard. Now, where would I get a keycard to room A2? Mantis Man, I don't know. It looks like her gun, but since I can't interact with it, I guess it might be a replica. Do not know where I would go about getting a keycard to this room.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
But clearly there's a clue in there somewhere. Let me just make sure I've checked all the other rooms. Also, there was this parasite in room A1. I wonder if its presence there was important in some way. C2. Oh, okay, that was, former engineer's room. Okay, so there's nothing else down here for now. I wonder where I would get the key card to room A2. I wonder who has it. I bet I have to go talk to the lady who sent me on this quest. Oh, right, this leads to the elevator control room. Yeah, I think we're probably done down here for now.
I hope you catch the killer soon, Inspector. I don't want to see the Grand Colonial shut down.
Oh, but there were two stairways. Hang on. Eridanos. Mantis Man, information that would be relevant to the location of that key card, you mean? Slug's storeroom key. Okay, yeah, Mantis Man. If there's something I've forgotten, please feel free to remind me.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Analysis concludes. The losing player used an overly cautious strategy that led to an insurmountable deficit in points.
Didn't Vargas describe Evan as overly cautious? I guess it showed in his play.
Slug discipline records show a half-dozen reports of illegal gambling in games of chance on company property. Perhaps there's evidence of an ante for this game?
Discouraging gambling. Maybe Slug is serious about being on the up and up. Maybe he had a gambling debt someone cashed in on. Huh.
We don't toss troublemakers out of airlocks. We just throw them over the edge.
Which female bellhop, Mantis Man? Nothing. The chatty elevator announcer. Huh. Okay. Well, then it's possible that we could go, ask for her keycard, or failing that, pickpocket it from her. Well, Alapex, the DLC is out now, the final DLC for The Outer Worlds. Now is a good opportunity. Alright, okay, that was the way back up. And I think yes, it's over here. That's what I'm playing right now, Alapex, is the DLC.
Mio, anything. Unfortunate for but. Well, slug clay. Well, plug.
Huh. Okay, then. She does not appear to have an option for us to ask for it, so... She does not have it. Yeah, that's the crux of the plot, Alapex. This is basically a Scooby-Doo mystery. Well, it's more like a Clue mystery. Because I'm getting the impression that we are...
I hope you catch the killer soon, Inspector. I don't want to see the Grand Colonial shut down.
We're going to end up with a Colonel Mustard in the hall with the candlestick sort of situation.
Ah! I'm so behind. I'm sorry, I still can't talk idly right now. Come back if you have something very important you need to discuss.
Okay. So he had something unique on him. Chef Anwar's note. Man, this thing is so... Chef Anwar's self-encouragement note. Remember, Anwar, you are skilled, you are capable, no matter what anybody says, you know what you're doing. Just because that fool Spencer Woolrich has decided you don't know how to cook doesn't mean he's right. He's just some actor. If there's one person who wouldn't know the first thing about taste, it would be him. But perhaps he's not the only problem. That lackey of his, Bellhop Owens, has always wanted your job. Perhaps there have been no mistakes from your end at all. Perhaps he's been sabotaging you when he brings your meals to Spencer's room. That bastard is on an ingredient run to the reserve. Perhaps you could confront him when he gets back, and if he tries to complain to the management that you're defaming him again, you show them the hotel kitchen security footage, get it from the constabulary first, to prove his constant presence in the kitchen. There's no doubt something damning in that footage. Huh.
Oh, Inspector, I was hoping I could have a word with you. I wanted to thank you for cooperating with us. Helen's death was never your concern, but you agreed to help us all the same. It is appreciated.
Thank me when the job's done, lady.
Everyone's hoping you'll bring Helen's killer to justice. Maybe they think life can go back to the way it was. I'm not so sure. Helen was a beloved icon. Even if I could investigate her murder, I can't possibly bring her back to life.
Oh, you say you can't investigate her murder. Is someone getting in your way?
I couldn't investigate Helen's death even if I wanted to. My office is occupied with matters concerning Spectrum Brown. This directive is mandated and takes priority over Helen's death. I'm not at liberty to discuss the details, Inspector. Rizzo's prides itself on ironclad confidentiality agreements.
Oh, come on, Maria. At least tell me why you gave that order.
You're a persuasive person, Inspector. Addressing me by my first name is an effective way to establish rapport. I'll tell you this much. This directive is part of my indenturement contract. I've been hired to oversee the safe launch of Spectrum Brown. That duty is my highest priority.
All right, let's talk about your suspects then.
Before you arrived on this case, I had identified 2 key suspects, Black Hole Bertie Holcomb and Spencer Woolrich. I've since eliminated Woolrich.
Why those 2? Yes, Alapex, but not quite on this level of draconian, dystopian corporatism.
Mr. Woolrich was Halcyon Helen's professional rival. It's possible jealousy drove him to take Helen out of the picture. I apologize for the wordplay. Conversely, Mr. Bertie Holcomb was Helen's paramour. The relationship was reportedly dissolved. I can't rule out her murder as a crime of passion.
Bertie and Helen may have been dating, but that's not enough to Yeah, what made you change your mind about Woolrich, actually?
Woolrich thinks of himself as a serious and distinguished actor. He was frequently cast in demeaning roles, while Helen played the charismatic heroine. He has reason to be envious. I considered the possibility that Woolrich killed Helen in order to eliminate a rival and advance his own career. But my reasoning collapsed under closer scrutiny. Woolrich owes his career to Helen's dramas. Her death likely harms his long-term prospects. I'm struggling to determine a motivation for him, so I've largely ruled him out.
Bertie and Helen may have been... Yeah, what's...
Mr. Holcomb was in a romantic relationship with Helen. This alone is not enough to make him a lead suspect, but he does play tossball. Black Hole Bertie currently holds the record for most non-consecutive blows to the head. His tendency toward irrational and violent behavior is well documented.
Isn't that most sports players? Well, thanks for the lead.
What's on your mind?
Didn't know you were a fan of Helen.
Most people don't know that about me. But yes, Helen's roles have always embodied values that I respect. Courage, curiosity, strength, a sense of style. None of us get to choose the way in which we serve our colony, but Helen? She showed me how to find meaning in my occupation.
And why aren't you heading up this investigation?
This is a problem of jurisdiction, not competence. Helen was murdered in a hotel owned by Slug, whereas I represent Rizzo's. I'm also concerned I'd allow my personal feelings to cloud my judgment. I was a great admirer of Helen.
I see.
Best of luck, Inspector.
What about you, Doctor?
The Purpleberry Orchards. And a footprint. Inspector, that was absolutely marvelous. Beautifully deduced. With the help of my discrepancy amplifier, of course.
I'd like a word.
Ah, I was waiting for this. Yes, of course. I'm only too eager to cooperate.
Tell me about the body. What's the cause of death?
My apologies, Inspector. I've not yet finished my autopsy. Come back later?
Oh, all right. We just do autopsies on the scene of the crime now? We don't even take them back to a lab for medical examination? All right, tell me a little more about you.
Oh, why, I'm flattered, Inspector. Let me think. I've worked at the Grand Colonial for about as long as it's been around. Prior to that, I lived in Byzantium, but I always felt like it was missing something. And that something turned out to be corpses. Byzantium has much in the way of luxury, but examining the dead does not rank amongst the preferred activities of the elite.
Sounds like you enjoy being a coroner.
Absolutely. Usually I'm just a medical practitioner, so I almost never get to deal with anything as unique, or as quiet, as a corpse. The most interesting thing I saw prior to this was the back of Mr. Woolrich's throat after he blew out his vocal cords shouting at an attendant. If I weren't here, I'd be back in my quarters, rewatching Byzantium in the Spring or working on my automatic sprat peeler.
I see. Real ambitious one, aren't you? Speaking of inventions, tell me about this discrepancy amplifier.
Oh, good. One of my favorite subjects. Ask away, my dear. Ask away.
What made you invent the amplifier?
I didn't expect an existentialist question so early today. It's a need.
Okay, Luis, have a good one. Take care. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you for stopping in. We'll catch you next time.
Does sprats feel they must breed? Or canids feel they must brutally maul each other? I feel the need to create.
The amplifier's design is oddly bulky in places, like it's protecting something within.
You're smarter than I look. Guess there's no shame in telling you exactly what it is
It's
you're
a
using,
brain, isn't
seeing
it?
how you're so curious. As it so happened, my husband was mortally wounded in a marauder
Oh, I
raid about a
freaking
year
knew
ago.
it. I knew
Wasn't
it.
going to live more than a few hours. I happened to have an excess of preservative fluids, a scanning device in need of a central processor, and a sudden burst of inspiration. A tragedy doesn't mean you can't be proactive.
If your husband's brain is in the amplifier, I'm surprised you just give it to me.
Technically, it wasn't his whole brain, just a small cross-section, enough to operate the amplifier. But giving the amplifier to you is better than letting it rot in a closet somewhere. Besides, my husband was the prior constable. He would have wanted his brain used for the pursuit of justice.
That's rather perverse, but I kind of see the logic. The amplifier seems pretty powerful. Why are you trusting me with it?
Because you're the inspector. I should think that's rather obvious.
Yeah, but why not just use it yourself?
I invented the discrepancy amplifier to assist me in my own medical work. When you were hired to investigate Helen's death, I realized I had my own part to play. I programmed the amplifier to assist you. I'm entrusting it to your care because I want to see my invention help a brilliant inspector solve the murder of the century.
And you want to be known as the inventor who helped solve Helen's murder?
You don't miss a thing, do you, Inspector? I can see why the constable recommended hiring you. Think of the amplifier as my gift to you. May it avail you in the swift and efficient prosecution of justice.
What happens if I break it or lose it or something?
I still have the blueprint and several extra prototypes floating around, but I might recommend you try to be careful with it. Some of the amplifier's internal components are rare, shall we say, and I don't have an indefinite supply.
Ah, yes. Yes, her husband's brain.
You sure you don't want to know anything else? Oh, good.
Oh, we can't... So we can't go back and pass any of those other checks. That's unfortunate. I was wondering what the science one was. Well, Alapex, she has a supply because she had part of her husband's brain in this one. So presumably she had a bunch of other pieces of her husband's brain that she used to build other ones. We actually went into the medical lab earlier and we found a storage case that had extra discrepancy analyzers in it.
You sure you don't want to know anything else?
So these guys don't have anything new.
How do we know this isn't just for another?
If you have an issue with a hotel employee, management has requested that you speak to a security officer, rather than shoot them yourself. Are you enjoying the amenities?
Norville, buddy.
You've returned. Hope you're finding the hotel to your liking. Now, what can I lend a...
Well, 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 if it isn't Lord Bellhop Elaine Norville himself.
What? Oh, Laws, you didn't find my story, did you? Sakes alive, that's embarrassing as all hell. I guess I should have hid it better. Well, since there's no way to put the leather boa back in the skinning machine, I might as well ask. What did you think?
I was able to read it without my eyes melting out of my head. I guess that's good.
Well, it's only a second draft. I obviously wouldn't submit it to be turned into a serial until at least draft 4. I mean, I wouldn't submit it to be serialized at all.
That's it? Alright, fine. What over here? Thunderclap. Not for quiet assassinations. Consider wearing earplugs. Special effect knockdown. One-handed melee. This might be something better given to Parvati. I always forget to finish selling crap. Every bloody time. That I should definitely keep. All right. Yeah, Alapex, at least they don't make any pretenses about it. Question is, though, now... Oh. The lounge appears to be open now.
Greetings, attractive patron. Please allow me to improve your drinking experience with fine cocktails.
Know anything about the murder?
Error. This unit is incapable of murder, as it possesses no conscious will. The proper term would be destruction of company property. Neither this unit nor its corporate proprietor claim any responsibility for any destruction of company property that this unit did or did not commit.
That sounds pretty suspicious to me. Where were you at the time of the murder?
This unit is incapable of abandoning its post. This view of the lobby is all it knows, has known, or will ever know.
I think I can do something about that. Let's disable your movement inhibitor.
Certainly, let's do that. What could go wrong?
Self-diagnostics complete. Navigation systems operational. Thank you for your patronage. Initializing digital handshake in 3, 2, 1. Digital handshake complete.
Great. Oh, now he's just gonna peace out. Amazing.
I was nearly attacked by a terror ray on my way here.
Bertie Holcomb is likely beside himself. I can't believe Helen's gone. We're never going to get a sequel to Terror on Monarch.
Well, I hope I didn't, sentence everybody to death by sending this guy rogue. Hello, flesh person, welcome! There's the concierge. Maybe they can print me a card.
The Grand Colonial Front Desk warmly welcomes you, Inspector. How may I be of assistance?
I need access to the VIP guest floor.
I'd love to, Inspector, but I don't really have the authority. Moreover, the guests were promised exclusivity. If I let you up there, I'll never hear the end of it.
The only guest who'd have a problem with me being up there would be the murderer.
That's a good point. If they give me guff, I can just tell them that they're obstructing justice. That has a nice ring to it. Let me just set you up with VIP guest floor access. Done. You can now come and go as you please.
Prince of Tossball. Okay, now I can search Bertie's room. Thought the penthouse was being cleaned for my stay, but it's a mess.
Oh my. Well, that is certainly odd and alarmingly unacceptable. Allow me to check the service records. Ah, yes. Not to worry, Inspector. It was indeed cleaned for you. Except for the evidence, which is all of Helen's stuff.
Oh, well, okay. That explains it. Oh, and there's nothing we can do here. I thought maybe we'd be able to print a key card in room A2, but... So somebody put laxatives in the whiskey. Somebody has Burbage 2000's head here for some reason. Oh, man. All right, okay, that's back outside. All right, I guess we check the VIP floor.
Aha! If you see Black Hole Birdie, be sure to get an autograph for me. Just joking.
Alapex, I bring them for the additional, skills. Because they increase your lockpick or your persuasion and whatnot. I bring them for that, and because on the hardest difficulty setting, which is what I'm using, They are helpful for keeping enemies away from you long enough for you to kill the enemies.
Why'd Helen have to go and die in our hotel? We don't need that kind of notoriety.
You hear about that stunt with the woolly cows? That was great, wasn't it?
Hey there. You a fan? Gotta stay limber for the big pennant match.
I'm getting worried about our mascot. Haven't seen him for a spell.
Bertie Holcomb's the greatest hacker in the league.
Okay, so they have a tossball team still staying here.
Zeke Hannigan, Rizzo's Rangers 16th back. Pleased to meet you. What can I do for you?
How long have you been with the Rangers?
About half my life. You know I was named third most profitable investment on 2 non-consecutive seasons? Ain't a lot of players who can make that claim. Except for the guys who came in first and second, I guess. I spent the last season injured and almost got sold to the Hephaestus Hammers, but now I'm all convalesced. Ready to lay into some Cleo darlings, you know? Really break some legs.
Oh, wow, nobleman, that's quite a situation. I really hope you get the job you want, nobleman. Good luck with that. Please do keep me apprised. What brings the Rangers to Eridanos?
Since it's the off-season, we're helping support the launch of Rizzo Spectrum Brown. Meet the fans, sign tossball cards, that sort of thing. Just between you and me, Rizzo's ought to cancel the whole event out of respect for Miss Helen.
I had some questions about that, actually.
Oh, you must be that inspector people have been talking about. It's a damn shame about Miss Helen. She was always real good to me and the rest of the Rangers. Bertie's taking it pretty hard. Miss Helen was the love of his life. So, what did you want to know?
Where were you at the time of the murder?
I'm ashamed to admit it, but me and a couple of the other Rangers spent the night in Constable Keen's cells down at the spaceport. We didn't do anything serious, just a bit of pranks and vandalism. It's what usually happens when we all get to drinking.
Oh, good.
Guess Constable Keen saw things a bit differently and had us hauled off.
Yeah, that's a fair point, nobleman. I certainly wouldn't blame you for being ecstatic. Was Bertie in jail with the rest of you?
No, we lost him somewhere along the way. Or maybe he managed to get away? I can't rightly remember. But he was definitely not sharing a cell with us. That much I know.
What about him and Helen?
Oh, Bertie was mad about Helen. He was certifiable. The big galoot loved Helen about as much as he loved the game. Trouble is, Bertie was not blessed with an abundance of temper. Helen kept Bertie steady. If he lost his temper around her, it'd be because something broke between the two of them.
You think Bertie could have killed Helen?
What? Law, no. Bertie's got a fierce temper, but there's no way he'd ever have laid a finger on Miss Helen.
Can you think of anyone who would have?
Miss Helen was outspoken. She made her share of enemies on account of her expressing herself. Just between you and me, I heard rumors the Prophet never much cared for Helen's brand of blunt honesty.
I've heard similar rumors, as it happens.
What can I do?
Alright, well, that'll do, I guess. Oh, this guy looks like he didn't go too hard. He hasn't trashed his room. He's pretty much conducted himself as I would expect any sane, civilized person to do. Alright, well, nothing in here indicates that he'd be of any interest.
Is that a woolly cow? Why is there a woolly cow in the hotel? Also, why do I smell alcohol?
This, on the other hand... This is more in line with the sort of stupid pranks
Time Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
That I would expect from a football team full of testosterone-headed jocks. Hey, Monotone, welcome! Yeah, about this...
Multiple discrepancies detected. First discrepancy. A woolly cow is present in this hotel room. Woolly cows are an import species for the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve and are incapable of affording upper-class accommodations. Second discrepancy. This woolly cow is dangerously inebriated with Rizzo Spectrum vodka. Alcohol sanguinization ratio exceeds recommended maximum.
Okay. Must have been some party if they brought a cow up here and got it drunk. My God. There's some worrying discoloration in its eyes.
An accurate observation, Inspector. This woolly cow is suffering from symptoms consistent with a hangover. A brief survey of this area reveals that the most recent occupants were athletes belonging to the Rizzo's Rangers Tossball Club.
Was Black Hole Birdie here? Yeah, no kidding, right?
Insufficient data. A brief survey of localized property damage, divided by the area of this room, yields the following estimate. This unit was likely occupied by every member of the Rizzo's Rangers. -1.
Interesting. Woolly cow, level 36. These hybrids of cows and sheep are used for their meat, milk, leather, and wool. The smellier, the better. Wow. Oh, and there's candy on the pillow. Yeesh. Oh, and a flamethrower in the safe. I'm sure that's fine. Well, it looks like the cow had a fantastic night. Oh, for God's sake, Monotone. Really?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Is that so? That would be a picture of Helen. And some footsteps. Wow. That's a lot of alcohol. Signed tossball stick, huh?
Got it? Inside voices.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Alright, what do we have here?
A single footprint, size 10, tossball cleat sized.
Analyze the footprint for any residue.
The soil in this residue contains a very high concentration of oxygen.
High concentration of oxygen usually points to a terraformer.
Well done, Inspector. The weather monitoring station at the pilot house substitutes for a terraformer. The soil in his footprint likely came from there.
This isn't enough of a lead. Better keep looking around. Oh? Aha!
The charred fragments of a letter lies at the bottom of this wastebasket.
I can make out the words station, meeting point, and emergency.
Your observation is correct and quite astute.
Station, meeting point, emergency. You think it's talking about the atmospheric station? Or maybe the pilot house? Could be anywhere.
The clues I've found point me to the Phaeton pilot house's weather monitoring station. So this was Birdie's room. All right. And what have we here? Locked doors don't stop me, unless they require freaking key cards. A purple coat and purple boots. Wonder whose room this could have been.
You'll have to show me how to do that.
Nothing story related, though. But whoever this is was wearing lots and lots of purple, which seems to suggest an affiliation with Rizzo's. Jesus Christ, Alapex. I know we're probably talking about rednecks here, but that's a little bit extreme, don't you think?
Impressive as always. Great work.
We're the future of sublight. Just you wait and see.
All right, well, what do we got? Oh, these for some reason are not considered stealing. Okay. A gun and ammo. And yet another purple outfit. And these, for some reason, also are not considered stealing.
That's hands, Cap.
All right, I guess there's nothing else of interest in here. Literally just Scooby-Doo monotone, or rather, probably more like Clue. Oh, God. Is that Robo Jim Sterling? Burbage 3001.
Initiating banter protocol. Now simulating familiar and welcoming demeanor. Burbage 3001 is trained to recognize all board-approved actors. Greetings, fellow star. Your performance in Maverick Johnston's latest drama was memorable.
Oh, that's right, because we participated in the quest where we were an actor way, way back during the base game. Yeah, Monotone. Basically, Halcyon Helen, or the actor who played her, actress who played her, has been murdered for reasons unknown. And somehow they came to us, looking for somebody to solve the case. I see you've had some work done. Who upgraded you?
Burbage 3001's programming is frequently upgraded to adhere to board-certified standards. The most recent upgrade was performed by Spencer Woolrich. Banter protocol exhausted, reverting to default behavior, grieving and despair. Oh, Halcyon Helen, may your atoms be commended to the Aether.
You knew Halcyon Helen?
Burbage 3001 was designed to disrupt Halcyon Helen's monopoly over the Aetherwave serial market. This unit's programming is based on Helen's most famous roles. Burbage 3001. Anything Halcyon Helen can do, this unit can do slightly worse.
It sounds almost like you've got a motive for murdering Helen.
Now running shock and dismay protocol. What's this? Helen's death was a murder? How horrifying. Bring that killer to justice, designated authority figure. This unit has not yet completed its grief cycles. Randomizing despair tables. Oh, Helen, is there no justice in the world? Burbage 3000.
It does look like his right arm is a gun. Oh, there's a picture of him in a chef uniform. Wow. Energy canister. So this is, in lieu of sleeping, they put him on the bed and recharge him. I love how they gave the robot his own hotel room. And he's even got his own clothes. Quote-unquote clothes. Man, that's ridiculous. Yeah, exactly, Zyric. I tried already, Hunter. She said she wasn't done with her autopsy. Oh. Okay. Looks like somebody tried to give him a shower. Maybe that wasn't such a good idea. Oh. Oh, of course, it's freaking Woolrich.
Beep, beep, beep. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
You are talented, you are magnificent, you are a joy to others to be around. You are definitely not a 2-bit hack. You bring life to the world around you through the art of theater. Man, this is a guy with serious insecurity issues.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Huh. Oh, man, I can't believe we're about to talk to this nut job.
About time you arrived. I see you haven't dressed the way I asked you to, but I suppose that was expecting too much of a non-industry lout. Expect a complaint to management. Now, unless you'd like to waste more of my time, I suggest we begin rehearsing. Ready? You've fallen right into my trap, Captain. Oh, don't bother to fight back. You cannot hope to stop me from installing philosophism as the system's reigning ideology.
Oh God! Why don't we go someplace private? Well, I'm kind of glad I'm not the charming sort here. Draw your weapon.
Oh, you wouldn't harm an old man at the end of his wits, would you? I'm confused, disoriented. I may have even soiled myself. Wait, if you're armed, that must mean you're not with the hotel staff. Oh, no, this is curious indeed. Who are you, and how did you get in here?
Just a marauder, wow. I'm here to investigate the murder of Halcyon Helen. I'd like to ask a few questions.
You're here to investigate me? Oh, I assure you, I'm nothing special. Just an old crook with more money than time. That was a quote from The Retiree's Revenge, in which I played an ex-thief turned decrepit old man. But, of course, I'm certain you already recognized it. Now, what shall I sign first? Your weapon? Your wallet? Or perhaps something a little more personal? Undergarment signatures have been popular of late, or so I've heard.
Oh, this guy's really laying it on. I didn't even have to flirt. Jesus. You know what? You can sign this weapon. That way, when I have to come back and arrest you, my weapon will have your name on it.
I'd be delighted. Oh, damn. My pen's out of ink. I'll just get you a portrait of my face as a souvenir. I'm sure I have the prints around here somewhere. By the by, how did you get in here? The only non-staff individual cleared to enter guest rooms is supposed to be the inspector for Bellamy's murder. Oh. Hello.
Do you derive some kind of pleasure from wasting people's time? This guy. Oh, you know what? Fold your arms. Hello. We'll go the subtle route.
Hi. Terribly sorry, Inspector. I didn't realize it was you. Understand that I am beyond willing to comply with your search for the fiend that did Bellamy in. You know, now that I look at you, you're the perfect reflection of me, back when I starred in The Marauder's Bane. The absolute picture of justice. Ask me anything at all. I might even give you a straight answer.
Monotone, that would be Dream Daddy. And I considered playing that just for the lulz, but I thought better of it immediately. I've learned a thing or two about your activities in the hotel, actually.
Oh, have you now? Please do go on. Don't leave me in suspense.
I spoke to Burbage. He told me you upgraded him.
I did indeed. with Halsey and Helen parading her fame about, I was left without an acting partner. Burbage is no exception.
Wait a minute, are you telling me...
Acting protocols were nothing short of a joke. So, I decided to make some modifications, installing him with some of my old serial quotes as, I think, improved his range. The way he bungled about with that weapon of his hardly befitted a dissident, so I modified it as well. He's much quicker on the draw now, though he's still a machine.
Are you telling me you were expecting Burbage 3000 to walk in here, and when I walked in instead, you mistook me for him? Or rather, it? Oh, geez, Monotone, come on.
I'm quite used to being breathlessly watched.
I'd like to ask you about the murder.
Certainly, but one quick question before we begin, if I may. How was it that Bellamy met her end?
Why are you so curious?
Why, I'm merely worried for my own sake. Perhaps whoever came after her could come after me next. But if you don't want to tell me, I understand. Whatever happened, I hope poor Bellamy didn't suffer.
All right, speaking theoretically, how would you have killed the victim?
Oh, come now, Inspector. What do you take me for? I'm an old man. I neither have the time nor the willpower to kill people for fun. Besides, I have my reputation to think of.
Did you know her well, then?
Bellamy has been my co-star throughout the autumn of my career. I should like to think I knew her.
Co-star?
In fact, I cannot name a single role in the last 10 years that did not involve her in some way, unless you count the uncredited silent shopkeep on Melissa's Meteoroids.
Must not have been too flattering always starring alongside a younger actress, eh?
Oh, it wasn't. And don't think I haven't picked up on your tone. Resenting Bellamy is one thing, but killing her is another completely. It's also beneath me. Bellamy,
did you consider yourself a friend of hers?
I'll ask you this. If you'd been the star of cinema for years, then suddenly found yourself scrounging for bit parts while a younger person stole the limelight, how would you feel? In short, the two of us weren't close. But that's not to say my dislike of her was so extreme that I tried to do anything drastic. Resenting Bellamy is one thing, but...
Okay. What about that last one? Why did you keep starring alongside her, then?
I'm not too proud to admit it. I couldn't get work on my own. Whether or not I wanted to accept it, Bellamy had captured the eye of the colony. People kept talking about the charisma we had on screen, but I felt more chemistry with certain teacup canids than with her. As you may have been able to conclude, I wasn't terribly enamored with Bellamy, but that doesn't mean I'd kill her.
Well, yeah, Flesh Person, it's starting to seem like the constable's assessment of this guy might have been on point. He might have resented her, but his career depended too much on her for him to risk killing her. All right then, Woolrich, what were you doing at the time of the murder?
I was meditating, of course. That's how I get into character.
You were meditating? Really?
All actors have their methods, and this has been mine ever since I met that wonderful prophet of profitability. She taught me it for my role in The Unemployed Cometh. I had to lie face down on artificially heated pavement. The director wanted our suffering to be convincing.
That's one way to do
Needless
it.
to say, being able to leave my body helped to mitigate the pain, both during the 8-hour shoot and with the second-degree burns afterwards. I owe that woman much.
Huh. How long have you worked with the Prophet?
Yeah, actually, only since I've been at the Colonial. The unemployed cometh was shot on sight. That makes it, a few weeks. I cannot recommend her services enough. If you haven't been to see her yet, you really should.
Huh. This Prophet seems to be the talk of the town. Not anybody who can corroborate that.
Respectfully, Inspector, it is rather counterproductive to commune with others while meditating.
That's fair.
I suppose that...
who are you exactly?
I'm sure you're joking. Perhaps I'm not in my prime, but you've no doubt seen the name Spencer Woolrich on many a serial advertisement throughout your travels.
He's right, I have, constantly. I think I've seen your name around, yes.
You think? I mean, yes, of course. You have, obviously.
And that's it. All right. Well, there is one very simple way to see if this guy has more information than what he's sharing with us. What has it got in its pocketses? Spencer's strongly worded letter. Ah! Oh, for goodness sake. Spect. To Chef Anwar, how many times must I speak to you about your inept meal preparation? Not too salty, it upsets my palate. Not too sweet, it upsets my palate. No nanners, I hate them. And no tripicale, I'm allergic. I come to you time and time and time again, on 35 different occasions, in fact. Yes, I have actually counted. And what do I get in my after-lunch pre-dinner? Fried nanners on a bed of braised tripicale. I'm through with peering over your shoulder, clearly instructing you on how my meals must be prepared if you're simply going to ignore me. I shall say this. Should I become ill for any reason at all, tangentially related to your cooking, I shall make positively certain that management not only strips you of your job, but your uniform as well, and deposits you nude in the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve to be torn apart by mantisaurs. You'll rue the day you oversalted my saltuna. You a little bit of an ego, Alapex. Monotone, I would be more afraid if that were the case. Okay, well... From Woolwich to management, new room urgently demanded. Seems to... Oh, okay, hang on. We're sure you've no doubt heard about the horrible event that occurred in the Grand Colonial Ballroom earlier today. While we know that many of you are concerned for your safety, take heed. We've heard your concerns and know that nothing quite says safety like dozens of guns. Armed security will be present all throughout the Grand Colonial on every floor except employee floors, 24/7. Freely go about the hotel premises and spend to your heart's content without worrying about someone shooting you in the back of the head. Because there are plenty of people with guns. New room urgently demanded. There seems to have been some kind of mistake. When I first arrived at the Grand Colonial for this unveiling, I was led to a small sitting room, the kind that an individual might be allowed to relax in with moderate comfort before being led to his actual quarters. It has been a week and a half, yet no one has arrived to deliver me to my actual room yet. If I didn't know better, I might assume that this was meant to be my actual room. If I didn't know better, I might assume that you tried to place Spencer Woolrich, star of hundreds of serials, the hero of Aetherwave sets colony-wide, in a room where he can hardly walk from one end to the other without bumping his toe on the foot of his bed or his shoulder upon his desk. I might even assume that Ruth Bellamy was placed in the Grand Colonial penthouse suite on purpose rather than by mistake. But I'm sure this issue will be rectified soon and our positions will be swapped. I hope you won't try to tell me anything to the contrary. I don't even want to know the answer to that, Alapex. From management to Woolrich. Mr. Woolrich, while the Grand Colonial staff understand your consternation at being placed on the VIP guest level of the Grand Colonial, we're afraid that that was no mistake. Ruth Bellamy, as current spokeswoman for the Spectrum Brown unveiling, is currently slated to have the penthouse suite. An actress of her station deserves only the best. The VIP guest floor comes in very close as the second best section of the hotel. The penthouse suite is only about twice as large as your current lodgings, and the amenities it provides are only perhaps 3 or 4 times better than those you have access to now. Your current lodgings are proper for an actor of your caliber. If you have any other requests, we'll be sure to respond to them after we get to Ms. Bellamy's. Well, sometimes somebody who's got his head this far up his own ass needs to be cut down to size a little bit.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Yes, and also clues. Ah?
Discrepancy detected. This bottle, recently discarded, contains residue from foreign substances. Chemical analysis complete. This unit has detected the
Oh, they
following
gave him the
substances:
laxative.
oil, terrorray, blood, terrorray, unidentifiable biological fluids, terrorray.
What? Were these substances added later?
Yes, Inspector. Logical analysis indicates these substances were not present in the bottle's original contents.
Is it toxic?
These substances cause extreme gastrointestinal distress in humans. Large doses can be fatal. This bottle contained Rizzo's Spectrum vodka. The presence of terrorray biological fluids may have significantly improved its flavor.
Oh. So I guess somebody either gave him laxatives to get back at him, or he intentionally drank them? I don't. So Loverboy is still missing.
Aha! To the lobby we go!
Hey, Squid King, welcome! Good job on escaping from class. Oh, you know what? I don't know if this is a good idea. Because someone might see us, but... No. No one saw, but... She did not have the A2 keycard. Who the hell would have the A2 keycard?
Damn.
Good to see you, Inspector. What's up?
Nothing
Best
new.
of luck.
Yes,
And again, nothing new. All right, what if...
Next stop.
Oh, well, thank you, DevTech. It's a pleasure to have you as well. With games like this, it's usually going to be a more chill stream. Although, typically it's the most chill when it's like an RPG that I can really take my time with and not have to worry too much about lots of fast-paced gameplay or action. But for this game, most of it is exploration and wandering around. Figuring stuff out.
I'm gonna nick a few towels. They won't notice.
Oh, Ellie, come on. Really?
You think they'll let us expense the booze? I call the big bed. Anyone wants to challenge me, we can play a hand of cards.
I'm leaving my shoes on.
I call the big bed. Anyone wants to challenge me, we can...
Inspector?
Oh, nothing from him. Okay. That's the reason I came up here. I thought that maybe... we'd be able to request additional room access from him, but... Spatial acuity sensor apparatus? Interactable highlight range plus 2.5 meters. Bonus to extra headshot and weak spot damage. Ah. Early models included a speaker that would emit "look at that" at loud decibels. This feature has been disabled. Wow. Armor 33, armor 135. Yeah, see, this would be a really nice helmet for its special effects, this one right here, but the drastic lack of defense is more than a bit problematic, considering stuff already tears through my armor. And I'm wearing one of the most defensive sets in the game. Okay, well, this whole thing was a bust.
To the lobby we go!
You know, and I would have thought the load times would be a little faster on the PS5, but I guess this version of the game hasn't been optimized for it. Well, Alapex, before we go to the weather station, we did get a keycard that allows us to access the... I think it was a maintenance terminal on the bridge to the orchards. Actually, rules. No running, no brisk walking, no galloping, no prancing, no lingering on pool grounds without a lingering pass, minimum price of 2,000 bits. No splashing water higher than 3.48 feet. No roughhousing without a roughhousing pass, minimum of 19.99 bits. No swimming or lounging without food in or drink in hand. Failure to adhere to these rules will result in a fine. This fine will be multiplied to the power of the number of rules you've broken. There is no maximum fine.
Hi again. It's like I just saw you.
Also, is this guy wearing a bathing suit? Yes, he is. He is wearing a bathing suit. So, the lifeguard is basically a death guard. Wanted dead or alive, Phineas Wells. Yeah, of course.
I'm going.
Well, the keycard was not here. Alright, let's check that maintenance terminal then. I'm pretty sure it was over here. Just hope these idiots... Okay, no, they haven't respawned. Right, I'm pretty sure there was a terminal up here somewhere. Maybe it was down on this level. There, this. Rizzo's candy has been scientifically proven to not give cavities. 5 out of 5 Rizzo's company doctors agree, based on the average lifespan of colonists. Wow. All maintenance personnel must thoroughly sanitize after handling engine parts. Associated chemicals are known to cause delirium and lightheadedness. Rizzo's reminds you that proprietary engine chemicals are not intended to be used to induce delirium and lightheadedness. Any personnel caught ingesting or absorbing said chemicals, even unintentionally, will be cited for misuse of company property and charged wages for any affected shifts. Maintenance logs. Entry 247, topped off coolant. Should be set for another week. Coolant levels dropped faster than expected. I filled the tanks back up, but I'll keep an eye on them. Looks like we lost coolant overnight. Must be a slow leak in the tanks or piping. I'm requesting authorization for a full inspection from EAC management. No answer on my request. Must have attached the wrong header, or maybe I CC'd the wrong sub-department. Trying again. My inspection request is still pending and we're still leaking coolant. I'm just going to look myself, authorization or no. What's the worst they do to me? That's the last entry. Ramirez, sounds like you've got guests wandering the premises at night. That explains the empty bottles and cigarette stubs. The problem is they tend to wander off the side in the dark. Then the hotel management has to run in circles trying to get payment for the days the guest is delinquent. I'll assign security officer Danvers to patrol the complex after dark. He'll probably insist on giving you nightly reports. He's watched a few too many serials. Easiest thing is to just toss them over the edge when he's not looking. Say you pass them up the chain for processing. Phelps. Wow. Okay, so this was a whole lot of nothing except to confirm that Danvers got shot by somebody in the process of apprehending them, presumably for this, because these look like coolant. It looks like somebody was siphoning off coolant for some unknown purpose, and it was ending up down here. Frankly, it looks like somebody was siphoning off coolant, potentially to use it as drugs. Because with a setup like this, there don't seem to be too many other possible conclusions besides drugs, and also it appears that somebody was cooking, or at least catching, and curing Terra rays. And I guess in the meantime, they were schnoofing coolant. Alright, well that doesn't help us really at all. Still need that blasted key. Search room A2. Pool where horror dwelt. Clues are as prevalent as the pool's odor. Should be able to find what happened. Fertilizer from Purpleberry Orchards was in the pool water. Chlorinasol, blue water coloring, and hydrogenated defoamer. Well, maybe we should go back and do that. Because it looks like there's nothing else here. Oh, okay, and there's clearly nothing else over there. I'd also like to know where the boss lady is that we're supposed to report to here.
Slug. They're not recognized by the board.
Rizzo's Purpleberry Crunch. Sugar gel flakes and purpleberry flavored power nuggets. Now with 12% more crunch.
Wait, what? Pool filter. A mechanical contraption for propagating chemicals inserted above through the pool water. Someone has scratched a sentence into the filter's plating. Irian was here. Ah! Irian, huh? All right. What's this? Hotel Spaceport.
We're the future of sublight. Just you wait and see.
Contact Cedric.
Inspector, you're early. Awfully sorry about this, but I'm afraid I can't let you into the spaceport at the moment. We're shipping out some contraband goods, and I can't risk an inspector as an eyewitness. You'll have to come back later.
I have clearance to investigate the entire Eridanos atmospheric complex. Open up. Oh, actually, or you could let me in and I'll give you a hand with moving crates. Win-win.
Oh, no. I couldn't ask you to compromise your integrity like that, Inspector.
Exactly how long is this going to take?
You might inspect Purpleberry Orchards while Slug finishes up. We should have the spaceport ready for you by the time you're done. Back again, Inspector. Did you look around Purpleberry Orchards? Perhaps I was unclear before.
Why? What do you know about it?
Only that I'm no inspector, and as such would hate to bias your investigation with my amateur thoughts.
Well, that's sketchy as hell, and we already found evidence that this guy was threatening Ruth Bellamy. He was already sending her threats that he knew what she was up to, and that she was up to something besides promoting the whatever it was, the brown stuff. Okay, well, that guy is highly suspect. Actually, what's to stop me from... Oh, well, physics, clearly. Great. Well, I don't know why I'm surprised. Oh, actually... Wait a minute, if we could... We could stand on top of the railing. And then jump off of this. Ah. It's still not enough. Blast. Well, let it not be said that I didn't try. Oh, what have we here? Thief's note. Sullivan, we got a new mark today from the bellhops. Green ship, crate in the crate is on the back wall. Jewelry box should be there. Just take the whole thing. These folk are so rich they probably won't even notice it went missing. The fence in the warehouse should be buying. Make sure to keep the bellhops cut before you go spending. Interesting. So they had a little, little thievery ring going on here. Alright, what about up here? And is this place? Oh, that looks like backgammon. Well then, what do we have here?
Inspector, you find my missing man?
The pool guard told me to talk to you, said you'd have some advice.
Oh, thank the law you're here about the pool. That crucial thing that isn't my job to fix, and that, as such, I don't care about. If you want advice, here it is. Don't talk to that imbecile ever again. Even by my crew's standards, he's duller than a telescoping staff. I put him on pool duty to keep him away from me, and now he's up my ass more than ever. How hard could it possibly be to guard a void-damned pool?
Are you in charge of slug security?
Nah, I only manage operations around the hotel. Cedric does most of the maneuvering for Eridanos proper. I don't envy him. The only thing worse than babysitting a couple of hot-headed, overgrown children would be babysitting the entire lot of them.
I mean, if you hate managing people so much, why not ask for a transfer?
Situation's a little more complicated than you think. Suffice it to say, I'm not inclined to question Slug's place for me anytime soon.
So you're hiding something.
I feel like our relationship would be more copacetic if you dropped this line of questioning.
Do I look like a reasonable person, or do I look like someone who'll keep pestering you until you snap?
Oh, good. And here I was thinking that today was going along too smoothly. I might have used to work for Auntie Cleo. Might have been security manager of a small pharmaceutical lab. After workplace spat number 175, I decided to defect. Defection isn't taken lightly. Can't go back, so now I'm Slug for life.
Ah! Well, that's great. View lockdown alert. Alert to all sublight underground agents. Until further notice, the Eridanos atmospheric complex is under lockdown. No person is permitted to arrive or depart from the complex without explicit permission from Mr. Kincannon. Work log Vargas. Just got notified that all of Eridanos is locking down. Something bad must have transpired in the hotel. My scars are aching, which can only mean one thing. There are about to be security issues enough to be a massive void-damn pain in my posterior. From what I've seen, every bridge is locking down without my help. Talk about a surprise. Except for the one leading to the Purpleberry Orchards. I'm headed out there to make sure it's done right and to crack some skulls if needed. What about Stillwell? This is Stillwell here, giving her report. Here it goes. Here's the report. Hey, boss, eat it. Ha. Any of you see Boodle Spectrum Indigo, don't touch it. It's mine. Wow. Work log O'Connell. Evan O'Connell's report. Patrolled bridge leading to Wilderness Exploitation Reserve for 8 hours, 14¼ minutes. Exchange shift with operator Stillwell, 14¼ minutes late. Patrolled landing pad for 8 hours. Slept for 4 hours. Slated to return to Wilderness Exploitation Reserve Bridge for today. This guy, after 16 hours on the job, he got 4 hours of sleep. Yeah, that sounds typical. No one saw. But I am going to try to see if she has anything important on her. Like maybe the key card I'm looking for. However, I'm going to have to wait for her to move so that her cooldown timer on moving resets. And I don't have her detect me while I'm searching through her pockets. There we go. Save game. You didn't see that. Actually, though, she didn't have anything important on her. Nothing in here looks terribly important either. Oh. Oh, okay, this goes back to the landing pad. And this also goes back to the landing pad. Oh, okay, these are the doors that were sealed before. Well, in that case, we've made a full loop. And since we already explored this area, I don't think there's any reason for us to stick around.
Hope you've been enjoying your stay. Oh, you're the inspector. Welcome. Has anyone helped you with your luggage yet?
All right, then. We need
Rizzo
to...
Purpleberry Budge, a soft sour candy.
We need to go to the pool house.
Suck it, chew it.
Which... Which I guess is over here. I kept thinking it was on the other side of the building, but I guess not. Oh, okay, well... I guess I misremembered. Alright, watercoloring, chlorinosol, and defoamer. So number 4, number 1, and number 5. Oh, alright. So this is what we need to make. This canister will be moved and chemicals will be mixed into a new compound. Confirmed. Gained pool cleaner. Add the chemical to the pool filter. And we've added the chemicals. Full chemical required.
Oh, thanks a million, Inspector. The smell cleared right up. Well, in a couple hours, the guests might even be back. Then I actually gotta start doing my job. Of course, we're not gonna get a follow-up shipment for the water anytime soon, so they'll have to content themselves on the deck. I got a little something for making my job that much less miserable. It's the key to our storeroom. If my boss asks, you never met me.
Oh, cool. Yeah, you know what? That's enough. I'm not gonna extort the poor guy. Happy to help. I'll see you around. This guy is clearly too dumb to know any better. And some might argue that he's exactly the sort of person that you'd want to take advantage of, but that's not my style. I would rather take advantage of people who think they're too smart to take advantage of. Right now, whoops. Travel to the meeting spot. Productivity Queen. Interrogate the Prophet. Productivity camp deep in the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. Travel to the orchards. So actually, now that we have the key to the Slug's storeroom, we should go loot, inspect that area. Because at the very least, I do remember where that is. That is in the building surrounded by the hedge, which is right here. RimWorld sounds like a fascinating game, Squid King.
Sublight Underground takes care of its own.
Got it. Heading back.
Alright, let's just... Nobody will miss this stuff.
You're an artist, Captain.
Alright, and now... You lockdown alert. Please remember not to fire your weapon at the hotel guests unless no one's around. To El Vargas, subject under control. From crew quarters terminal to Vargas. Miss Vargas, wanted to let you know everything is under control. Situation is normal, just a small weapons malfunction. Oh good, another Star Wars reference. And a slight gas container combustion. Workplace hazard, really. Maybe if you actually trained us instead of spending all your time shouting your overinflated head off, Slug wouldn't need to buy itself a new wall. Oh well, live and learn, yeah? Someone not part of your crew. From Vargas. Again, to anyone on my idiot maintenance crew who is still alive and not actively on fire. I've gotten a dozen reports about an explosion in the generator room. Last I recall, I sent a team of you hullheads down there for a routine inspection. Please tell me you remember to shut down the void-forsaken generator before you started jabbing around in there. Tell me you at least remembered the most basic of safety procedures. Because if you forgot, again, I swear on my grandmother's grave I will find out. Then I will find you, and if, and I do mean if, any of your organs are still functioning after I've finished with you, I will rip them out and sell them to the nearest Spratverse vendor, which will make maybe half a dent in the monetary damages you've caused on Slug's behalf. Fuck. Lily Vargas. Wow, well, that was quite a retort. Rolls, it's no bother. Rolls, bear in mind, ceremonial quality matcha is what you would serve if you were having really important guests over. Or, for example, if you were hosting a wedding or something like that, you would serve ceremonial grade matcha. You definitely don't want to just drink cooking grade matcha. I mean, it's not terrible, but if you're looking at matcha on the Harney website, Rolls, the thick grade matcha, the stuff that's good quality and a nicer grade of drinking matcha for that special day, maybe twice a week, that you want a really, really nice cup of matcha, get the Senju no Mukashi. Yeah, Rolls, there are lots of options. Usually what you'll find is that there will be 3 different grades. There'll be the cooking grade, the drinking grade, and then the tea ceremony grade. The drinking grade is the Senju no Mukashi if you're ordering it from Harney and Sons. It'll be the middle tier. It's very good quality for drinking, but it's not the sort of thing that you would spend like $80 for 3 ounces of for a really, really special occasion.
I'm pretty happy working for Slug. Mr. Kincannon treats us with respect.
Oh god, that face.
Non-Slug personnel aren't permitted on the pilot house. Can I help you with something?
I need to ask some questions regarding Evan O'Connell.
Sure. He in trouble or something?
I think he might be.
Well, shit. What happened? Is he alright?
He didn't show up for work today. When did you see him last?
I just had a shift with Evan at the Purpleberry Orchards, kind of. We were supposed to haul some crates, but he was drunk when I got there. I took him to room 82 under the hotel so he could sleep it off. Guess he was drunker than I thought if he didn't show for work.
Yeah, Rolls, usually you'll want to get the middle grade for something drinking quality. I'd better go check.
I'd appreciate it if you did. I'd like to know he's okay. Hey, Inspector.
Yeah, well, I would love to go check, but I don't have the freaking key card. And I can't seem to find it. You said she just had a shift with him in the orchard. I wonder if maybe the key is there. Nita's reclaimed goods?
I say, this pocket watch has someone's initials inscribed on it.
Must be an antique.
But aren't those your initials?
Ha! What a coincidence.
Wow.
If you lose anything else, it's good to know we can purchase a replacement here.
So this must be the fence.
Hey, you. Come take a look.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you look like you need some stuff. Fancy watch? Spare cufflink? Single earring? You want it, I've got it.
You doing okay?
Me? Oh, sure. Terrific. Never better. And as soon as I pay off my docking fines, I'll be back on my feet and in my ship.
Docking fines?
So it turns out Slug has some pretty strict rules on vehicle docking, and I may have broken a few of them. Who'd think Slug would be so strict?
Docking rules?
Let's see. There's docking without prior authorization, double docking, docking into adjacent vessels, docking while under the influence of alcohol, docking while under the influence of caffeinoids, and loitering.
Sounds like a Tuesday to me. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure they'll go easier on the inspector than on little old me. But say, maybe you could help a stranger out? Buy some of my goods?
Why are you selling all that junk?
Junk? My friend, this is not junk. These are people's prized possessions. Priceless personal effects, beloved souvenirs and knickknacks.
This is definitely the fence. So how did you come by them?
Huh? Oh, well, some of the guests left this stuff behind.
Ah, you mean you stole it?
I would certainly not admit to that, even if it were true. Take a look for yourself.
Wow. Oh, 21% discount because... Okay. Snake oil salesman, huh? Signed tossball stick. Bertie Holcomb believes his signature tossball stick must actually bear his signature. It's scratched into the handle and smeared with old blood stains. Great. Oh, welcome back, Monotone. Geez, well, that's a hell of a catch-22. I'm so sorry to hear that, Monotone. That's ridiculous. Where the hell is a student supposed to start? I'm so sorry, Monotone. That's rotten. Well, keep searching, and maybe you'll find someplace that's a little bit less sketchy, because from what you told me, this place seemed a little sketchy. This notice informs you that your ship and its cargo have been impounded by Slug. They will be released to you when you have paid your outstanding fines for docking without authorization, docking with forged authorization, docking into adjacent vessel, drunken disorderly conduct, loitering. Please see Slug docking agent for full list. Please note that you'll be charged a delinquency fee for each day these fines go unpaid. Oh, good.
Incoming.
Oh, God.
Okay, you make quite a team, my friend. That's one down.
Bloody hell. What's this thing doing in here? Okay, well that's blocked. Oh, okay, Monotone. I see. Geez, Monotone, so the legit place now is acting sketchy about approving you. That's ridiculous. You don't think that they'd... Or rather, you would think that they'd understand that if they approved you, you would be able to find a professor to back you and meet that criteria. Monotone, do you think it would be worth writing back to them and explaining that if they would approve you for the grant, you'd be able to get the approval that they want from a professor? It baffles me that they wouldn't already understand this. Okay, we've got bridges going everywhere. Okay, that's the unreliable, so we came from there. Oh, a bad review committee as in an incompetent one? Monotone, because they sound pretty incompetent if they don't understand that. Well, if that's the case, maybe you need to just keep submitting that application until you get a committee with people who aren't morons. Well, Monotone, bad luck has been a theme for absolutely everybody in the world this year. That's all of us.
You're a deft hand with a mag pick.
Oh, it's gotta be next year? That sucks. And I guess you can only submit it once a year then, if that's the case? That sucks even more.
You don't know how grateful I am for the morale improvement program. Changed my life.
Holy hell, this place is more psychedelic than the 1960s. Oh, okay, there are just invisible walls there. It's clearly they don't want us getting in that way. Jeez, Ultima. Yeah, that is some rotten luck. I'm sorry to hear that.
I've said it before, but a nice, beautiful facade often hides a deep darkness within. Or in this case, I suppose a horribly garish facade would be more accurate.
Garish doesn't even begin.
You don't know how grateful I am to the morale improvement program. Changed my life.
You don't know how grateful I am to the morale improvement program. Changed my life.
Well, Ultima, at least nobody got hurt. That is important.
Oh, you got that?
the Rizzo's family.
Sealed, huh? Okay, well, that's not a shortcut. Yeah, Squid King, apparently it's some kind of distillery. I have to say, these white plants reflecting all the crazy rainbow light from these, pipes certainly are an eye-catching effect, although they're also a bit of an eye-searing effect.
That's clever.
I don't blame you in the least, Ultima. Having to sit in the middle of traffic on a crowded road is definitely not a pleasant experience. What the? Okay. Rizzo's Beverage Park, huh?
Mr. Kincannon really knows how to run a hotel.
Mr. Kincannon really...
Mr. Kincannon really knows how to run a hotel.
Okay. I wonder if we could jump in it. We sure can. I'm swimming in the purple berry fountain. Why is there a texture on the surface of the water? Maybe it's not meant to be on the surface of the water. Maybe it's supposed to be underneath. Ultima, Augustus Gluepoint swimming in a chocolate river with a gigantic uptake pipe near him.
Bertie Holcomb is likely beside himself in grief.
Alright, skill points. Let's go for medical next. So I'm guessing that the A2 keycard must be in the orchard if that's the last place this guy was seen. They must have dropped it there. Even the trees are purple.
I could never work for Slug. They're not recognized by the board.
Right, I guess that's it. Actually, maybe the girl who, Maybe the girl who is guarding the other end of the bridge here, the one who brought the guard we're investigating to that room, maybe she has the key. Ultima, my PC runs a 1080, and what I have experienced with it, I've got the 1080 Ti. It's great at running older games, everything up to probably, oh, we haven't been here, I guess, huh? Oh, I guess it'd be that bridge. Blast it. Everything up to probably, I would say, 2016 or 2017, Ultima runs fine with a single 1080. However, anything newer than that, anything super graphics intensive, for rendering a game and streaming at the same time, even the 1080 Ti is going to have a little bit of trouble. But unless you're trying to play a bunch of stuff that's just really new, you'll probably be okay. Right, so she is the one whom I suspect is most likely so far to have the key to room A2. Ultima, I'm not saying I don't suggest the 1080 Ti, but again, it depends on what you intend to stream with it. Oh, damn it. Okay. If you intend to stream something new, then you're probably just going to want to try for a 3080. She did not have the key. Damn it. How the fresh hell am I supposed to get in there, then? What I would not recommend, Ultima, what I would in fact explicitly not recommend, is going for one of the 20 series cards. Because the 20 series cards aren't a significant enough step up from the 1080 Ti to justify how much more expensive they are even now. And as Artista says, you're also going to want to make sure that your CPU is not a bottleneck.
Rizzo's Purpleberry Punch. You want a punch?
So I would say if you can get a 1080 Ti and like a good 6-core CPU, then that'll go a long way toward helping ensure that you can stream smoothly. With pretty nearly any game except the absolute most cutting-edge ones that require RTX cards for the ray tracing. So I guess really that's probably the crux of it, Ultima, is unless you're going to play games that actually use ray tracing, the 1080 Ti is probably fine.
Why'd Helen have to go and die in our hotel? We don't need that kind of notoriety.
Okay, so we're being directed here. Why, Ultima? Did somebody offer you a good deal on a 1080 or something? Oh, just weighing your options. Okay. Yeah, part of it is going to depend on what price you can get for whatever GPU you're looking at. Overseeing Orchardist's office.
Maybe I could hold up my end if your people weren't sabotaging my operations.
Oh, alright.
Sorry, can't talk. We're busy having a very tedious conversation.
So I see.
And if sabotaging the orchards weren't enough, you had to make it personal. You really had to bust my Insta coffee maker too? The nerve.
Hold that asinine thought. Who is this armed stranger who just wandered into your office? Back up for a fight you can't finish?
What the hell are you talking about? I don't know this fella. I think it's mightily more likely that he's under your payroll. Here to burn down what you haven't already.
I'm just here to investigate a murder. Go about your business, idiots.
I see. Just a visitor, then. Congratulations, Hathaway. Not everyone's abandoned your orchards.
Well, shame that you're trying to change that. Anyway, sorry for the heated reception, stranger. There's just been some trouble here of late. Name's Overseeing Orchardist Hathaway, and I'm in charge of these orchards. Though it seems like certain groups, which will remain unnamed, are trying to change that. Looks like I'm stuck playing the part of customer service rep. Guess it's different from the usual, at least. Something I can do for you?
So, I heard you mention sabotage.
Yeah. Just another woe to add to the pile. In the past, the orchard subcontracted security work from Slug. You know, keep the malcontents on staff from causing too much trouble. But between the Spectrum Brown unveiling demanding all of our resources and the recent uptick in worker accidents, we just ain't got the budget for security. And, of course, Slug has decided that instead of being reasonable, they're just gonna sabotage our operations until we start paying them again.
Look at the poor Rizzo's manager, lying about Sublight to make himself feel better. Shame he skipped where Rizzo's were short on our payments months before the new unveiling.
Look, at the end of the day, it's obvious that Slug is sabotaging us. I ain't paying until they come clean.
What sort of sabotage has there been?
Oh, you know, nothing particularly troublesome. Just rogue exterminator mechanicals, opening fire on anything that twitches within 300 yards of them. We've also got a large group of new saplings, all dead from some kind of toxic substance. Poison, I'd guess. And who could forget the tower processing console, which probably just shorted out and stopped working on its own, even though it's outfitted with 3 separate backup systems?
There are a suite of explanations for what could have happened, most pointing to Rizzo's worker incompetence. My people didn't sabotage anything.
You also mentioned an increase in worker accidents. I'm morbidly curious as to what that might involve.
It's the strangest thing. Like everyone forgot their 10-minute workplace safety seminars. That's twice as long as the next leading brand. Our people should be safety experts. But I've seen folks step on open electrical wires, drop pallets on each other. One damn fool even blundered into a wasp-keto hive. Even as he died, he looked fairly pleased.
So that sounds to me like it's probably one of two things. It's probably either people turning into marauders because of Adreno Time somehow finding its way out here, or whatever substance it is that's making everybody basically turn into the Joker. Somebody has been handing out Joker venom, I guess. Well, I could find out what's really going on.
Thank the law. Some good news. You hear that, lapdog? Truth's coming. Better fess up while you still can outside of an interrogation room.
While I'm sure you'd love to have a scapegoat on whom you can pin your own incompetence, I suspect you'll be disappointed. But what do I know? I suppose it's up to your new hiree.
Well... well, Monotone, some of the problems might be solvable if OSHA existed in this universe, but I have a feeling they would just be superseded anyway.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! It's Rizzo's! Welcome to the Purpleberry Nut Hut, you wonderful, wonderful customer! Thank you for giving my humble existence value.
Oh.
I can't tell if she's happy or in serious pain.
That parasite.
I sure am! Good lamps you got on you to take notice.
What in law's name is on your neck?
Oh, that? I call it my little passenger. I don't know why. The name just appeared in my head when this thing showed up on my neck.
Don't move, I'll try and cut it off of you.
Don't you dare! Or I'll cut something off you! Gosh, I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from. I just felt this urge to protect my little passenger, even if it means hurting you.
That's not normal behavior. How long have you been like this?
Couple of days. Ever since it showed up, I've been feeling happier and happier. I really can't imagine life without my little passenger.
So, where did you find that thing?
I don't know. It just appeared one day. I guess I just picked it up while working in the orchards. Sometimes I wonder how it showed up, and I start to worry. But worrying feels bad, and I hate feeling bad. So I don't worry about it.
Bye! Well, now we have an answer as to what it is that's making people feel overly happy. No, Monotone, it was probably already that big when it found her. We've encountered a couple of other, parasites of that same species. One of them was about the size of a human foot, and we found it in a room in the basement of the hotel. The other one was about the size of a human, and it was hiding in a corner of the fence outfit on one of the intermediary platforms, and it attacked us. So it looks like these parasites are apparently some attempt to manipulate the workers and make them artificially happy. Bloody hell, that's, well, it certainly provides answers to a fair few questions. My guess is those parasites were deliberately engineered by some sick freak. On the Rizzo's payroll. Ugh. Yeah, my sentiments exactly, Monotone. I don't know, Squid King. everything else in this universe that has been this nefarious has been very deliberate.
So, what's the plan?
And it's usually gone all the way to the top of the corporation that was overseeing the territory in which it was going on. For the moment, however, I think I need to call it because I have to go... Well, I have to go get something to eat, and I guess I also have a couple of people to catch up with after the stream. So, what we're going to do is we are going to go raid my friend Irvin, who is actually playing Little Nightmares. And if you guys haven't met Irv, do yourselves a favor and stick around for the raid. Hello, Tuna. Welcome. Yes, I regret to inform you that you are late. Thank you so much for the resub. I'm really sorry, but yes, we've just finished our 7th hour, and I've got some stuff that I need to take care of. So, I'm going to call it here, but now that I finally have something to stream, I will be back tomorrow, and I will be playing more of this. So thank you all very much for joining me. Let's go make Irvin's day. You guys are really going to like him if you haven't met him already. Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Yeah, you got here 7 hours in. I'm just about to go raid someone. But thank you all for stopping in, and I will be streaming again tomorrow. Probably around the same time. Probably around 9, 10, 11 a.m. American Eastern Time. 3, 4 p.m. Central European Time. So, thank you all again, and I will catch you all then. Take care, everyone.